Welcome to the RambleCast. It is Wednesday, January 27th. We're doing our thing. We're making fun of stuff. It's how we roll.
Mm-hmm.
So, GameStop.
Yeah,
It's a thing.
I was gonna say I have my lovely new microphone now, so Cody won't bully me for my gamer headset anymore.
But I am going to be bullying him over his keyboard.
Yeah, I'm back on the loud keyboard, but I'm immune to any bullying over it. I don't care what other people think. I like using it. So.
Oh yeah, people will be bullying you over the keyboard.
Actually, this microphone is back after a long absence from the Android Police podcast. It's a guest star. It's good to have back because I had it for a while, but it wouldn't like properly detect on my computers for a little bit. and then I didn't have a good stand for it, so I'd have to put it in front of my keyboard, and then I can't like really type. So that's why I was on the headset for so long. But now I have this giant arm that I can swivel back and forth, and it's really fun.
I was gonna say, isn't it the greatest thing in the world?
It's so cool because I can like I have it swiveled to the wall, and then when I'm like, all right, time for calls, just whoop, here it is.
Yep.
It's great. And then I have I like the mute button. Like, I hate the mute button on this microphone because like I have to press it a couple times usually before it actually mutes. But it's much easier to access. I can just whoop.
But yeah. But I forget where I said it, but having a microphone arm was one of the. I'm not gonna say it's necessarily like a thing anyone has to do, but man, it makes having a microphone so much better. It's one of the most enjoyable purchases I made. 2 years ago,
and I'm doing so many calls over Discord and work and everything else now that it's like I'll pay $90 for a good arm. Like, I'm okay with that.
Yeah. It's just 100% the most worthwhile thing.
Especially since I already have the microphone, so it's like I have this nice mic that's sitting in my desk drawer because it's a pain in the ass to use. But now it's not, so that's great.
Yeah, and when it's sitting in the desk drawer, all it's really good for is throwing at people's heads.
Yeah, this thing could absolutely kill someone.
Oh yeah.
Especially now that it's on an arm, I can just swing it really hard or bat it, and it'll swing around and knock someone out like Home Alone weapon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair though, merely having that arm, all you have to do is like bend it and then let go, and it'll do the exact same thing.
Yeah. I did have when I bought this, I bought the shock mount for it too. And the shock mount, it came a couple days later, so I put the mic on first with no mount, and then the shock mount came, so I took it off, and like you said, it comes with the adapter, so I can use my Yeti with the different threading on this. So I take the adapter off and I put the shock mount on. Shock mount is really obnoxious, and I feel like I probably don't need it. I think that might be overkill. I'm sure it's great if I was actually doing podcasting for work, but I'm not, so I'm not really going to worry about it all that much. And it's because of where the arm is positioned, it's like an inch from my forehead and takes up half my peripheral vision. And also it's a little bit more janky to move up and down, whereas here I can just grab the whole microphone and push it around. So I was like a day after I put it on, I was like, all right, I'm just gonna put the shock mount back in the box, and I'll dig it out again if I ever do audio recordings again. Except I had no idea where I put the adapter. I spent like 3 hours looking for it. I have no idea where it went. So I had to put the shock mount on and then look on Amazon to try to find the exact threading I needed.
Oh my god.
Bought more adapters. Thankfully, the replacements do work well, and that's what I've got on now. But that really annoyed me for like a solid day that I couldn't find this. And it's not like a screw either. It's like big bolt. So that annoyed me for a while.
I don't even know what to say about the fact that you promptly lost the adapter. I feel like it needs some sort of mockery, but
I don't. I know. I was so annoyed at myself because again, it's like a big gold metal thing, and
yeah,
I'm pretty sure it's still in this room because I don't think I like walked off and set it down somewhere. I have no idea where it went though. So I had to buy like a pack of like 5 for $10 on Amazon.
Well, I know this may sound both obvious and crazy, but definitely keep track of, or at least keep those new adapters in.
Yeah, they went back in the box with the shock mount, and that's just gonna stay there.
Well, okay, that too. I was gonna say just keep them somewhere handy. I can't tell you how many things I've bought, like, I don't know, a small batch of adapters of some kind, and then turn around like 6 months later and realize, oh, hey, this other thing I just bought, this absolutely needs that adapter too. I did not expect this would ever come in handy, but now yeah, so much of the stuff I have, I've turned around and used on new things, and ironically, a lot of times used it more often on the new thing than on what I originally bought the adapters for.
Yeah, so next upgrade is a webcam with like a built-in shutter thing, or I need to buy a shutter for my existing Logitech cam, because I still like unplug and plug this back in every time I use it, because also the Razer one specifically takes up a lot of space on the top.
So you're talking about just being able to block the view?
Yeah, because again, I have it in the bedroom, and it's a little bit scary to have that plugged in all the time. I know no one's probably hacking me. But...
Well, there's that, but though someone probably is. What I would recommend. Well, okay. Two options on this one, because one of these is what I do. The other one is just something I know a lot of people do. I have my microphone, webcam, and a couple of other things plugged into a USB hub. And I only plug in that hub when I'm streaming, honestly. Like, I used to use the hub for a few other things, but these days it's pretty much just when I'm streaming. So, yeah, that way, it's just easier that way. The other way to go, seriously, because I know you have to have like 1,000 little microfiber cloths. Yeah. Just, do this. Magically, problem solved. No one can see anything.
Take that, NSA.
And bonus, you keep dust off of your webcam.
Mine's got some dust on there.
Believe me, so does mine. Well, fortunately, the top of the Logitech C920, I think that's the right model number. Fortunately, the top of
one that every person on Earth has.
Exactly. Though I have one of the earliest models of it. I bought this thing way long ago. They have a newer model that actually might have that shutter thing. I'm not sure. Anyway, yeah. It has a little dust on top of it. It's perfectly smooth though, so
I saw someone, I don't remember, it might have been on Twitter, someone linked to a new webcam that Logitech made that's kind of sick, but it costs like an absorbent amount of money.
Golly, Logitech overpricing stuff? Shocking.
I forgot what it was called. Oh, it was the Logitech Stream Cam. Have you seen this? It is.
Can't say I have.
Okay, it's like a little. It's $170, so that's way too much for a webcam.
Yeah.
It kind of looks like the old Apple iSight cameras a little bit, but it's got like this like felt covering on part of it, and it has a little clip mount that you can take it off the top of your computer and onto like a little tripod or something. So you can basically just keep moving around, and it connects with USB Type-C. So it looks nice, but I'm not paying that much for a webcam. That's nonsense. Especially since I doubt this looks that much better than the Logitech one that everyone owns. Because this is still 1080p 60.
Well, those things don't necessarily matter.
Yeah, I know the streaming software is probably going to be the bottleneck and not necessarily the webcam.
Well, that too. Yeah, there are actually so many reasons why that gets into weird areas. But Yeah, my thinking is I agree, it probably isn't really appreciably better, but that's probably just because Logitech doesn't really need to make it better. Like, you know, when I go full screen with my view, it's not like the camera is putting out a bad image or like a problematic image. It's not artifacting or doing anything weird that isn't a side effect of the streaming rather than, you know, the capture. You know, not to say that it couldn't be better at color, but that's not really an issue that Logitech's likely to solve. It could be better with like low light conditions, but again, probably not something Logitech cares super much about solving. Like, all the issues that exist with it are really issues that have to be solved other ways, or are better solved other ways. But yeah, when it comes to resolution, like right now, I won't turn this into camera talk, but the world is coming to terms with the fact that a 12 megapixel big ass not DSLR, but mirrorless. A 12 megapixel mirrorless camera is one of the better photography cameras out there, and it is blowing up the world with video. It is intended for video, but it happens to also be pretty good at photography. And that's 12 megapixels.
Yeah, I was looking to see. It doesn't look like. It doesn't look like Logitech has a webcam with like this ring light thing I have on this Razer camera, which I like, but I hate the software on this because it only works on Windows, and also when it's just an autopilot like it is now because it's plugged into Linux, is the autofocus is insane. Yeah, there. Thanks, Razer. Thanks for proving my point.
Well, you did gesture and move in frame. That was entirely your fault.
I can't flail around.
By the way, really quick, I don't know if you're watching chat, but Curvy Mermaid earlier mentioned RTX voice, which we were talking about actually before stream. Corbin said he was going to try it to maybe solve the keyboard issues.
Nils is here. Hi, Nils.
Yes, hello, Nils. Also,
seeing you.
Also, hey to C. Saldana. I saw you start up in chat earlier. And hello to everyone else who's watching. Let's see. Pretty much the rest of the comments all fit along with the stream cam. And Curvy Mermaid flexing on the Sony A6400.
Yeah, that's a level of like high quality that I don't care. I don't care that.
Yeah.
like it goes back to like putting on the shock mount. Like, this is way too dumb. Like, I use this for, you know what I use this for? Discord calls. No one cares if I have a shock mount on Discord. No one.
That's true. Also, by the way, hello to B-Slide. I'm sorry, man. I was skimming down the names and passed right over the one comment. But yeah, it will like shock mount for a Discord call. Yeah, that's overkill. I think I talked about this. I don't remember if I talked about this on stream or if it was just between you and me quickly mentioning it. But I was on a call with a PR person a couple months back, and you know, of course, using the Yeti. And right after the call starts, she's hearing it and goes, you know, you have the best audio I have heard in weeks. Mm-hmm. You sound so good. And yeah, it's like, yep, just using a podcaster mic. And she's like, oh wow, okay, yeah, no one else does that. Which
everyone else been calling me on their Apple earbuds.
Yeah, I'm sure that's exactly what it is. And part of me is like, I don't get why people aren't using their podcaster mics when they're on these calls. Like, why not?
Well, I like to walk around rooms, and this I can't walk. Well, maybe I could walk around this. I just need to get a really long USB cable.
Yeah.
Just gonna take it off the mount here and take it down the road.
But yeah, it is kind of neat using one of these for those calls.
And also, looking through Logitech's website, almost all of their webcams are still sold out. Which, like, have you not ramped up production enough in a year? We're almost a year into this. At least in the U.S., obviously.
So
China was dealing with it earlier.
Here's the thing, though. If I remember correctly, and I have to look for sure, but I believe Amazon Logitech webcam. I bet anything they're not at all sold out on Amazon.
Oh, you think? I don't know, because I'm subscribed to Newegg's deal emails for work for PC Gamer, and they keep recommending like garbage Chinese white label cameras on there.
Well, I see sponsored placement. Someone's paying to rank themselves above Logitech. But I do see Logitech cameras are available on here.
Yeah, it looks
None
like
of them
they're
are
all
coming
like
straight from Amazon.
they're all third-party sellers.
But
I bet they're all marked up too.
A couple of these are for sure. I'm not sure about all of them.
I clicked on the Logitech Brio. Let's see what that was priced at. Okay,
yeah,
so
but
that
that's
started off as that was $200 and it stayed.
Nobody
kind
gets
of
the
around there.
Brio.
Yeah, it is really fun. I'm looking at like the Keepa graph, and it shows Amazon had it in stock right up until about like February, and then it didn't have any stock itself until January.
Yeah. So okay, I checked the C920X Pro, and that's definitely a good price, $88. But yeah, it won't be in stock until February 8th, which okay, 2 weeks ish. That's not bad.
Logitech's got the 920 Pro on their website for $80.
Yeah,
that's
so
expensive. Man,
Really?
the profit margins have got to be incredible on these things. They've been selling the same webcams for like a decade.
Oh well, yeah. I'm sure they're at this point they've got to be making really good money on these webcams. Because and especially because each update that they do, it is the smallest of changes. They say that they're better. The image is never actually better, and all they add is like they fix a cable issue, or they add a closing shutter to it, or something like that. But it's clearly the exact same thing otherwise. Let's see, and then they have the older C920 for $89, and that is in stock.
Man,
but
that's so expensive. Like I think pretty sure I paid like $40 for mine like 4 years ago.
You know what's funny to me? We're talking. Oh, by the way, I think I paid about this when I got this webcam. Though I've had this webcam for years, so I bought it new. It was a pretty recent release when I got it. But anyway, what kind of makes me laugh is we talk about the webcams and it's like, oh my god, $90. How dare they price it that high? Meanwhile, we're talking on microphones that are definitely more expensive than that.
Yeah, I mean,
well, unless you got the Yeti on sale. For what it's worth,
well,
Blue Yetis, when those go on sale, they go deep.
Yeah, there's a kit, like I haven't seen one of those sales in a long time for obvious reasons, but actually it's funny you bring that up because Logitech did buy Blue like a year ago or whenever that was.
Oh, way more than a year ago.
Okay, yeah, I don't have a concept of time anymore.
Since COVID, no one does. No. Since COVID and also since Blogger Life. Let's be honest, Blogger Life eventually you do.
That was in 2018. Holy shit.
Okay, I thought it was actually more like 2017, but wow. Okay, yeah, cool. But yeah, still.
I mean, AirPods have been sold for years too, and are still make a ton of profit. Well, Apple's updated it. Like, is Apple still selling the original AirPods?
No.
I don't.
No, the very original AirPods are not sold anymore.
Yeah, because I've got those still.
But I think what they're selling now might be basically the same thing, but they have changed the internals. That's the most I'm sure of.
Yeah, Curvy Mermaid says they have the 2 and the Pro, but Neil said the V2 is kind of the same. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and also like they've updated that, and also that when the first AirPods came out, it took a really long time for anyone to catch up. So there wasn't really like an incentive for Apple to quickly rush out a second model.
Yeah.
Like even now, most third-party Bluetooth earbuds you buy, you can't use them as only one earbud, and the syncing with the case isn't as good as with AirPods. Like I was in this area for a while where I bought AirPods to use with Android stuff, and like I liked them, but I hated using the Lightning connector because it was the only thing I owned with that cable. And of course, like because it's not on an Apple device, like the controls aren't exactly right. That is loud. Jesus. How do I wait? I feel like a boomer. I gotta figure out how to mute my damn phone. Your software's been updated. Yeah, I know. Okay. I don't think that did it. But yeah, like I spent a while looking for something like AirPods that worked well with Android, and there wasn't really anything for a while. Specifically like ones that are not in-ear buds. The in-ear buds, there were some better options there from like Samsung and stuff.
Yeah, I remember your hunt. You talked a lot about that and never really found a good.
I was on like a quest.
You were,
and I was never really happy. Because I got the original Razer Hammerhead earbuds to review in like 2018 or something, and those died on me twice. First unit I had like battery life. I had less battery life than Razer said they should have had. So after my review went up, Razer was like, "Hey, can you send those back and we'll send you another and you can see if they work any better?" I was like, "All right, sure." And they sent me another pair, and then like a month later, one of the earbuds died and wouldn't connect anymore. So I just kind of put that in my closet and forgot about it. And then I bought the Tick Pods 2, which looked basically like AirPod. It was a pretty shameless clone. And those worked okay, but they didn't do like one earbud standalone. Sometimes they like disconnect, and I couldn't reconnect them until I put them back in the case, which was really fun when I wanted to go like running with them, because like I didn't bring the case, I just put the earbuds on. But anyway, and now I mostly use the Galaxy Beans, which are kind of the same thing, but they don't sound quite as good, but they work. So
I gotta admit, I'm tempted by AirPods. Only because I wouldn't actually be using them with a phone. I would use them with my laptop. And it's just because I've got headphones on all the time. It like way too often. And there are times when you just kind of get tired of wearing one set of headphones. And I mean, I've done this a lot over the last week.
Yeah, especially like over ear, because again, it's like you've got like a clamp on your head for several hours.
Yeah. But and so what I'll sometimes do is switch to this wireless pair of headphones that I have, and they feel different. They sit a little differently, so it's a bit of a nice switch. But I then get tired of wearing those, because those get uncomfortable a little quicker, and so I'll switch back to this pair, and at a certain point it's like, okay, my ears can't take any more of this. What do I do? And I want to have earbuds for it.
Yeah,
but
yeah, I mostly use these. These are my the SteelSeries headset that I got for Christmas. I took the mic off because now I have this. And these are nice because it's just got the USB dongle, so I don't have to dick around with Bluetooth on my desktop, which is terrible.
Yeah.
Sometimes if people are being loud, I'll switch to my Sony noise canceling ones. And then like if I get tired of over ear headphones, those Razer, the second gen Razer Hammerhead earbuds, they cost way too much money, but the sound is really good and the ANC is really good. And also I've noticed with AirPods and some other true wireless earbuds is that they sometimes don't connect to desktops right. Like I get like they can't. I guess desktops aren't up to speed with like the connection for connecting to two different earbuds. I'm not sure what the exact issue is, but I've had issues with some earbuds doing that. But the Razers don't, for whatever reason. I haven't had issues with them.
Nils asked about the XM4. I don't know.
I don't have those.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone at AP is reviewing them. I assume someone's probably going to.
I think Ryan did it.
Okay.
Like when they came out. Yeah, September. And he liked them. Shocker that Sony's headphones are good.
Yeah, Sony makes really good headphones.
Yeah.
And in all markets too. Like there's I know that this goes off into kind of random territory no one else follows, but there's a like in the audio engineering world, if you're doing stuff like studio work for like movie sound and stuff like that, so one of Sony's headsets is considered like the de facto standard. This is what everybody should just get. It's that good. And those are studio headphones, so it's something regular people do not want.
They got like really flat audio and that kind of thing.
Something like that, yeah. It's a combination of flat, but also they have very, very solid reproduction of sound. So you will hear things out of those that you will not hear in any other headphones.
Yeah. Yeah. I've been getting a little bit more interested into headphones and like the audio differences between them, because it is kind of fun. Like it's like it's almost like different food where like every like stuff tastes different. Like you put on audience like, oh yeah, these sound different than the other ones, but like how exactly different do they sound?
Mm-hmm.
And then I put on like the Razer Hammerheads, and I'm like, holy shit, this is a lot of bass. I can't hear the rest of the song. All I hear is the drums.
Yeah, no, for real. I don't want to name the brand out of the fact that some people might like them, but I was recommended way back. Artem recommended a particular pair of headphones and basically gave everyone needs these headphones. They're so great. I got them, and my first thought is, well, I guess Artem hears nothing but bass. Good for him. Artem must really love bass, because these things are tuned to only give you that.
The nice thing I've noticed is that more and more headphones that are coming out, they have the ability to change the equalizer through like whatever app the company's made, which is really nice. Because that seems like kind of a new thing. I've only started seeing that a lot more recently.
I would give it that it is it's newly common.
Yeah.
But no, I definitely saw some, even a few years back, we're supporting that. But it's gotten way more common.
Yeah. Because obviously back in the golden days of wired audio, you could just plug whatever into the phone, and then there was the equalizer on the phone.
Yeah.
But we don't have that anymore because Apple.
Well, I hate to say it. I think that was going to happen no matter what, whether Apple did it or not. But
I'm still annoyed.
Yeah, I still like the headphone jack. It's a thing.
I still use wired audio a lot, especially on my phone, because some apps, when I do calls, they bug out with Bluetooth very easily.
Well, so every time I've been doing this a little more lately. I'll I'll be working and then I need to go do something else or whatever, and I figure, all right, screw it, I'll put on a YouTube video that I can listen to, or maybe just pop on and get a little more caught up on podcasts, and I'll turn on the wireless headphones for that. And I want these headphones paired to at least one phone and my laptop. And every single time, like a Slack message notifies me or something else happens, all of a sudden my phone audio cuts out for like a minute. Maybe not a minute. I'm sure it's more like 30 seconds, but still, it stops for about 30 seconds while I wait for it to switch back to the phone again. And it's like, guys, this is just such a terrible experience. Please stop. And I know some headsets will mix. These don't. But they connect to phone and laptop, and that sucks. I wish headphones had a way that you could just say, look, right now, I only want to be connected to the phone. That's it. I don't want to have to go to my laptop, turn off Bluetooth just so I can have an okay listening experience. But Bluetooth just, it's bad.
It's so bad. It's almost like I don't know if I can think of another similar technology where it's so bad and yet it's
ubiquitous.
It's like it's becoming more like, this isn't just like a thing that's bad and like we're trying to move beyond it, or it's not getting more adoption, it's sort of shrinking. It's just terrible, and now it's everywhere and I have no choice anymore.
Well,
I mean, there is Windows, but like beyond that,
I've been whining about how bad Bluetooth is for a long time, and the thing is, Bluetooth, what has always struck me about it is it scales like garbage. And by that I mean, if you go back to when people first had some sort of exposure to Bluetooth, it was in the form of just Bluetooth headsets that you used with your phone. They only paired with one device. They sounded like garbage, but they were so much more convenient, and so some people used them. And I'm talking all the way back to when these things used to be big, bright blue beacons that would just flash the brightest LEDs that people could possibly stick in them. Yeah, so they were terrible, and to this day, I will never forget being in a theater one time, and some jackass sat practically in the front row wearing a Bluetooth headset that was blasting blue light. And like at some point, half the people in the room were like, dude, take it off or leave. Anyway, going back to that time, Bluetooth headsets just sucked because they had mediocre range and the audio was garbage. But as time went by, we've seen that Bluetooth as a protocol, even though we've got new versions of Bluetooth as a protocol has not actually solved any of the problems it used to have. And it has just, as it becomes more ubiquitous, it's demonstrating more and more it's not good.
No. Well, it is the same problem as Windows, where like we can't fix it because then it breaks compatibility with everything it's built for. So we just have to keep adding to it. And now I'm sure the Bluetooth spec is like, if you printed it out, it would wrap around the earth a couple times.
Pretty much. That being said, the funniest thing in the world to me is using Bluetooth with a Mac. It's so good.
Yeah. Well, even like I even got a taste of that when I would use the AirPods with Apple's custom chip, because like with any other earbuds, I've gotten occasional connection issues. I've gotten occasional weird shit with pairing. I never had any of that with the AirPods. The most I'd have is like sometimes it would do the thing where if the signal has to go through my body, it might like cut out for a split second. But like that's it. everything else is always worked well. So like Apple's found the how to make Bluetooth not terrible.
Yeah, and I have a feeling the solution was exactly what Apple
Just to
what
put in effort.
well, no, I was going to say what Apple has done with software for years and hardware to some extent. And the same thing that is wrong with Bluetooth is what Microsoft has kind of demonstrated is wrong with their operating system. In other words, Apple is willing to say, you know, those old Bluetooth headsets that everyone else makes sure they keep supporting? Yeah, we're just not supporting them anymore. We don't give a crap. They're old. Throw that junk away. Buy something new.
Yeah. Let's see. I was trying to find. Niels asked, what magic did I do to get so much off the S21? I can only get a 15% off student discount. Yeah, so I have my S21 now. It came today. It cost me $95 because their Samsung in the US is just doing insane trade-ins. I won't go on about this because I did that last week. But I'm trading in my S20 and they're giving me $700 for it. So that makes the S21 $100. And then the college I went to for one semester and then left has not turned off my school email yet. So I got another $5 off on student discount. And then when you pre-ordered an S21, they gave you $100 of Samsung Fun Bucks to spend on accessories. So I got the silicone case from Samsung, it's fine. I'll probably buy a Spigen or at some point, or just email Spigen because they send anyone anything. I also got the leather back cover, which is the worst leather I've ever felt in my life. Like it's so bad than even just like the usual fake leather. Like this is like, ugh. I don't want to touch it anymore. It's gross. And then I got the clear cover, just plastic clear cover. And then I got a 45-watt wall charger because I didn't want another case, and I can always use more fast chargers for like USB PD testing on phones and tablets and stuff.
Well, and in general,
yeah,
we're always going to be going through chargers and cables, so
yeah,
might as well.
Yeah, and then they also sent me their new smart tag thing. This wasn't in it. Like they just toss these in with the box of anyone who bought one.
Makes sense.
So, yeah, so I'll probably try this. I'll put it on it. I don't know. Not on my keys because I have one car key and it's not on a chain.
Let's see. Beside him also asked about your thoughts on One UI 3.0.
I've had it on my S20 for a while. Let's see. Yeah, so I've had it on my S20 for a while now. It's fine. Like Samsung tried to do like a half frosted glass look like the newer iOS, but they didn't go like all in, so it's a little bit weird. It's like they made some parts frosted glass, but other parts are still like solid white or black backgrounds. That I don't think it looks that good, but it's fine. It's not a big overhaul like 1.0 was. It's more like the jump from it's like pi to 10. I think was 2.0. It's more like that. Kirby's mad at my light theme. Look, I have the light theme during the day, and then I have it where when the sun goes down, it switches to dark, so I don't get blinded at night.
That makes sense. Yeah. I'm.
But yeah, the S21's going in the. Samsung sent me a label, so now as soon as I'm done copying everything, I'm gonna wipe it and put it back in the box and film myself doing it so that in case Samsung tries to pull any shenanigans with the trade-in.
Yep.
I can send them the video, and then also I can threaten to write a post about it on a prominent Android blog.
No, for real. Any company I don't trust, I absolutely take pictures or video of every single thing going into a box, and I just keep it around just in case. Like, I don't know, a couple years back, I bought a camera. Actually, this might be more than a couple now, but yeah, I bought this camera. It was sent to me, and the USB port wasn't working. Like, just straight up the most important port in the camera, and it's not working. And it's like, yep, okay, this is going back. And I'm just looking at the company thinking, yeah, I don't trust you either. So yeah, literally, I filmed even walking it into FedEx because I didn't trust them to not make some shady argument. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Always a smart move. Anyway.
Yeah. I'll pull Orion, because that's what he did when he couldn't get his Galaxy Fold back. Just did a post on Android Police, and then eventually they responded.
Yep.
I will abuse my position to get my money back.
Normally, I hate when people abuse some sort of power to get the things that they are supposed to get. Like, I know it's a weird line to draw, but I feel like it's a bad precedent.
It's shitty because, like, other people don't write at Android blogs.
But that being said, we also, it's not like we're making a lot of money. We need to actually fight for those little things. So yeah, it's fair.
And in Ryan's case, like, he was out $2,000 or something like that with that phone gone. It's like, that's not insignificant. That's like, ooh, that's a couple car payments.
Yeah.
Which is why I don't have a Galaxy Fold.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't have $2,000 to spend on. Well, I say that with two almost $1,000 phones on my desk, but this one is going back.
Speaking of, do we want to talk about GameStop?
Nah.
Okay.
I don't want to talk about that.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much there is to say other than
it's funny.
Reddit is basically trolling investors, or short selling investors who are already a bane on the stock market. Yeah. So, you know, it's a good thing.
I'm up 44%, and we'll see how high it goes. But I've got it set to auto sell if it goes a little bit lower, so that I don't have to worry about losing money. Someone said, I saw something else. Curry Mermaid said Samsung has horrible software. Yeah, it's not amazing. Like, I don't like the ads. The rest is okay. I think Samsung's problem now is that they've just got too much stuff everywhere because they don't drop features ever.
See, I feel like that's the thing that would have been said about Samsung like 5 years ago too.
Yeah, they're just like, they remove stuff sometimes, but I think they're in the same position Microsoft is with Windows, where if they remove anything, they've got
a bunch of customers that are angry about it.
Yeah, potentially millions of people very upset. Like every time I turn on, like, when I get a new Samsung, like, I reviewed the Tab S6 Lite last year. I got this phone last year. I got this phone. Like, I have to switch the nav bar buttons around because they still do the recents on the right, and it's on the left side, and the back on the right. Terrible. I have to turn off the stupid edge panel thing that you swipe from the side and, like, pick an app. I don't know why that's. I don't know why people. I can't stand it because it has like a permanent outline on the side to show you where you need to swipe from. Terrible. I have to turn off the hovering thing at the bottom that opens Samsung Pay really quickly. I don't need that. Like, the app just opens when I put the phone next to a terminal.
Yeah,
There's like 10 more things I need to change on a new Samsung device versus like a stock Android phone,
Yeah.
which is fun.
I,
Once I
honestly,
do that,
I think it's way more
I'm
than 10
fine
for me, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Once I get through that, it's fine. But it's that like initial like, do people really like it this way?
Oh, I'm sure some do. Like, without question, there,
I
there
know.
are people who
I
like
know there's
almost
people
every
who like.
feature that Samsung puts in a phone. It's just no one likes all of them.
Yeah.
And no one could like all of them. Literally, some of them, in some way, shape, or form, will always contradict or interfere with another feature. It's at this point, there are just so many things.
Yeah. Oh, were you reviewing that car dongle thing?
No.
The Wi-Fi adapter.
Oh, that one. Yes. God. Well, it's not a review. It's more of a hands-on. But I have had no time to put into it since. Well,
I was just wondering because they now sent me an email that says, "Do you want to review it?"
They probably had their production version, which is.
This says prototype.
Oh. Interesting. Well, they were originally planning for a January release, which I wouldn't be surprised if they were a little late on that. But yeah, I need to finish the hands-on for the thing. It's so time-consuming to set up, which was the problem. And
yeah, I can't review car stuff anymore. It's just.
Oh, no. The car element of it is actually easy. I'm talking about with the prototype, they literally sent me, no joke, they sent me the like Raspberry Pi board. And like, assembly isn't a big deal, but getting the flashing software working and finding the right images.
Like they didn't even get it in like operational state.
No, they literally ordered it from the parts straight from. What I forget what.
That's not a good way to handle this.
Yeah, I forget what company it was, but it was one of the like Chinese component stores. Yeah, they literally ordered it, had it sent to me, and I put the whole thing together. Had to, which isn't, again, that's not like a big thing, but all the steps in order to set this thing up were just, by the time I got around to doing all of it, their Kickstarter campaign was, and it took like 2 weeks to get to me from the store. Anyway, yeah, by the time it all got to me, it was just so late. Yeah. And by then...
That's I've never heard of that. That's funny.
Which
it's like they sent you like a Lego set.
Basically. Little. I mean, in a way, that's kind of cool. It's good,
but less fun.
It's good that they want to do that, and it makes it a more involved process. But at the same time, an involved process is a process I don't have time for. So, and I had no idea they were going to do this. But yeah. Anyway, so. I do need to do a hands-on with it, but
I will silently ignore that email and then maybe buy it once they have production hardware that looks nice in my car.
Yeah. That being said, it works exactly as advertised, with the notable caveat that it also takes really long time from car startup to actually being connected. That's one of those things to be expected, but at the same time, I feel like there are ways to have solved that.
Yeah, like I wonder if that's like well, they said I think it's like Linux based, right? So I wonder if maybe they've just got like too much shit starting up with the system. Like they just like took like Ubuntu Internet of Things image and didn't remove anything and then just put their software at the end of the loading.
Yeah. I'm not exactly sure what they're using. I could probably ask. I think they'd tell me, but or I'm in this private testing Slack for this. Anyway, I'm sure I could find out, but I don't care enough. Regardless, yeah, boot up time is part of the problem. Part of the problem is also, and you can ask anyone who actually has built into their car Android Auto, or wireless Android Auto, there is just a period of time it takes for the wireless to connect. because your phone has to notice that it's out there and trying to reach out to phones, and so that takes time. Then the wireless handshake takes like a second or two. When you add all this, each step by itself doesn't necessarily take that long, but when you add up all the steps, then it becomes like, okay, you start up your car, 30 seconds later you're connected. I don't know if it's 30 seconds, I need to actually clock it, but it's long enough that if you're starting up your car, by the time that you've like start up your car, pull out of a parking spot, and like, let's say you're in mall parking or something, roughly before you get to the road, it's connected and on. But if you're like pulling out of your house, you hop in the car, turn it on, you're in reverse and you're on the road, and you're not going to get connected for at least, another 5 or 10 seconds after you're already driving. So
yeah, that's not too bad.
Yeah, it's not bad, but at the same time, it's
maybe something like, I wonder what the limiting factor is. Like, is it like a polling limitation? Like, doesn't it need an Android app, or does it just plug into Google's Auto
it
app?
Is completely transparent in that sense. You don't need any special app, though they do have an app for configuration and like bug testing stuff.
Okay.
I don't know if that's going to end up being a final part of it, but
because I was like wondering if it needed an app, then I know Android places limits on what apps can keep paying for something. But if that's not it,
no, it imitates perfectly a wireless Android Auto set up in a car. So yeah, there's no need in that sense. You don't need an app installed. You can just treat it like normal wireless Android Auto. Regardless, the time it takes, I remember them saying boot up was a reasonably substantial portion of it, which brings me back to, and I even asked this of the developer. I asked, like, could you not put a battery in this? Very low, low energy battery, just kind of keep the thing booted up and in like an idle mode, and then as soon as it actually gets power from the car, like push it into full mode. That way, at the very least, it doesn't need to do a boot up process. And he's like, well, yeah, I'm pretty sure we could do that, but that's like a version 2 kind of thing. And it's like, yep, totally get that, totally understand.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's
maybe they like they started off with like the really uncustomized image, and they were just like, we can do some stuff here to make it faster, and then at some point they were like, oh, this integrated chip is just slow and we can't do much here.
Well, that too, but I mean, if you could keep the OS in an idle state for a while and just let it run off battery, if for people who drive every day, that would cut out several seconds of your wait time for it to connect, and that would make a difference.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't see that happening very easily, or certainly not with the version 1. And it's not like, again, this isn't the biggest deal, but it means that every time you start up, you do have to wait a few extra seconds.
Well, if it works, then that's already better than the vast majority of crowdfunded projects. That's
no
nice.
kidding.
It does what it says it was going to do. You can't really expect anything more from Kickstarter.
I would go so far as to say, and I know that this is God, such a slap to so many Kickstarter projects, but this is the difference between having an actual engineer doing a product on Kickstarter, where, most of the Kickstarter projects out there, no engineer is actually involved. They're hiring somebody to do this
like
thing after they already came up with an idea.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, get somebody to start building something, then run your campaign. Once you have something that works, then you're good to go. Until then, you're just kind of a scam artist.
Yeah, there is definitely like those PR firms that like their specialty is just launching projects and not much else.
Oh God, yeah, I know. I've talked to more than a few of them. Fortunately, just being on the end of hearing their pitches, not making one.
Oh, I will say, let me put this in the Discord. I finished my review for the Moto 1 5G Ace, and it's so embarrassing. It's like I know it's like Motorola, so everyone's already like rolling their eyes like, oh wow, Corbin, you're telling me a Motorola phone maybe doesn't live up to expectations. Wow. But like I'm getting really sick of this. Because I reviewed a couple months ago, I reviewed the Nokia 8V, which is like their new flagship, with like a Snapdragon 765, something like that. And dog wants out. Okay, all right, Daisy. I know you want to interrupt me.
Now here is the classic curse of using a stationary mic. He can't walk around the room and keep talking.
I mean, I can. I'm just a faint echo now. Okay. All right. So yeah, I reviewed the Nokia phone a couple months ago, and it was so obvious that they cut every corner to get a good price and 5G, and like everything else about the phone was compromised. And this is the exact same thing. It's like, where did I still have it? Did I put it back in the box? I don't know where it is, but I have the link in the Discord. You can look at all the pretty pictures I took of it. But it's like, this is a $400 phone, so we're in like the Pixel 4a range, and Samsung has a couple pretty good phones in this price range. It has an LCD screen. It's like, I thought we moved past this on anything more than like $200. Like the Pixel 3a a year ago, almost 2 years ago, was $350, and it had an OLED screen. It comes with Android 10.
Oh God.
They notably did not include anything about the software in the press kit they sent us. So I emailed them asking, what's the plan here? And they told me it's getting an update to Android 11, and then that's it.
Oh.
And it will get 2 years of security updates.
Motorola seems to have a real bent against Android updates.
I think I meant to ask David about this a little while ago. I might bug him again, but I almost want to write an editorial that's like, stock Android now almost means fewer updates, because it's like the OEMs that are adding their own skins are now sort of better at this than the ones who aren't customizing. Like, what are the champions of stock Android now? It's Google, which is the best. That's the gold standard. It's Motorola, which is terrible. It's HMD Global, which is pretty bad too. Not as bad as Nokia, but pretty bad. Asus blows at updates. The ROG Phone 2 took like 8 months to get Android 10, I think it was. And it's like the worst phone with security updates I've looked at ever. Like some of them took like 2 months or 3 months. So it's really funny how the tables have turned here, where now Samsung is the champion of updating all their phones on a pretty good schedule, including security updates, and Nokia and H&D are not. but yeah, it's just like I don't. It's so frustrating. Like, why you keep making all these shitty phones for 5G, which doesn't matter. It really doesn't.
Yeah. No,
It won't. It won't. It it maybe matters if like you need to like the one use case I've seen for this stuff, which like I think would be really cool, is the laptops with that in it, where I can go to like a coffee shop and just have instant high speed internet wherever I go. That's pretty cool.
I mean, I always considered LTE pretty high speed anyway, so I'm not sure that.
Yeah.
And in most markets, from what I keep hearing, 5G is not actually beating LTE in terms of speed. It's usually about the same, or sometimes actually worse with 5G. The argument that I've heard, and I know at least one or two people in chat will probably speak up on this, the only real positive that a lot of them are experiencing, but it is a positive, is that 5G usually has lower saturation. Or sorry, not saturation, but
like higher capacity.
Well, traffic. There are fewer people connected on 5G. So if you were in an area with LTE, but just there are simply too many people in that area, you were kind of getting overcrowding. 5G alleviated that just because different bands.
Yeah.
So which helps, but that's one of those short-term fixes, because as more and more phones get 5G, holy crap, big shocker, all of a sudden you're gonna see a whole bunch more that are where 5G starts getting worse because people are overcrowding there, and then LTE will actually definitely become the better thing. I remember people complaining, or not complaining about, but kind of bragging about that with I want to say it was HSPA plus versus LTE in some areas. Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong thing, but there was a brief period in time where certain areas, as LTE made its rush into phones, there were some areas where they still had a really, really good amount of coverage for HSPA plus, and all of a sudden that was the thing that had all the high speed because LTE was just so overpacked. I don't have a whole lot of experience with like actual 5G, because I've had the S20 and now the S21, which are both 5G capable, but my main line is on Cricket, which uses AT&T's network, which already doesn't have AT&T is not deploying their 5G at like a acceptable rate. I think they have. I don't know where they're at on like the sub 6 5G. I know they have millimeter wave in like a couple spots, but that doesn't matter. Like even when you live in like one of those cities, like unless you're on the city block with it, like you're not gonna run into it. So I haven't ever tried it on my main line or main phones. I did get when I got the 5G Nokia phone, they sent it to me with Verizon service, but again, Verizon only has millimeter wave, so I would have had to drive at a minimum an hour closer to Atlanta to try it, which I haven't done. I did get a little bit of T-Mobile's 5G on the Motorola phone, but I was on like the edge of their network, and it wasn't really any. I did speed tests and stuff. It wasn't really that different from LTE, and in fact, I was getting like weird loading problems when I was on 5G. Like almost like the ping was really high. Like when I would open an app to load something, it would take longer to start loading, but then once it loaded, it was fine. But like when I did speed tests, the ping was fine, so I don't know what the deal was there. And again, there's the difference of like phones are using the 5G for like download, but maybe not upload, because we're not really at the point where most phones are connecting entirely to 5G with itself.
Like I think T-Mobile is just starting to really deploy that, and I don't know. Again, you need like the phone firmware to line up and everything else.
Yeah. I mean, I've said this more, I'm sure, enough times that everyone's sick of hearing me say it, but I already live in an area that's not going to get 5G possibly ever. Because there is no actual need for 5G out here. It's not going to appreciably increase speeds, and we already have LTE coverage out here. And yes, at this stage, 5G, obviously you can have long range 5G, but the reality is it's not changing anything. So in all likelihood, I mean, just speaking logically, they don't have a reason to roll it out in this area unless a point comes along where it's just pure marketing cheese, at which point, okay, fine, do whatever.
Well, and eventually we'll get to the point where just new deployments in general are going to use 5G, and in that case, then 5G will matter, because then it gets to the point where you're not going to have as good of a signal, because if you maybe the LTE compatibility won't be there necessarily.
Well, I think we can safely expect LTE compatibility in phones to last a really long time.
That's not going to be for a while.
However, by the time that comes up, we will definitely already be past the point where 5G is our latest thing. I hate doing the number crawl, but by then I have a feeling we're going to be on to 6G, whatever that's going to be called. I'm hoping that we don't call it 6G. I'm hoping it has any other name like LTE. We should be on to whatever comes next by the time anyone's even remotely thinking about making LTE or abandoning LTE.
Yeah, like Verizon even held off on shutting down their 3G network this year because they've still got a lot of customers on it.
Yeah, which is such a weird.
Yeah, that's probably like cars and other dumb and early Internet of Things garbage. I can't imagine many people are still using. Well, I take that back, because I remember I spent a while looking for a new flip phone for my grandmother, and everything I could buy was 3G only for the longest time. I know that finally started to change a little bit ago, but it was like that for a long time. So I take that back. I bet if literally anyone tried to buy a not smartphone, they've probably got a 3G only phone. But now, of course, replacing those is going to be easy and cheap.
Yeah. So, circling back to the Motorola One 5G Ace, terrible name. I do see you gave it a resoundingly positive 6 out of 10 score.
Yeah. I hate it. I hate that it exists, but when I was using it, it wasn't that bad. The one thing I will give it is that I think this might, this does have a Snapdragon 750 in it, so if I couldn't tell that big of a difference between performance on this and performance on my S20. It's pretty, I think most people would be fine with this phone. I just hate it from the perspective, I know they could have done better, because Google did better minus the 5G a year ago for $50 less.
Yeah.
But if someone isn't doesn't know that, and they got their phone from their carrier, maybe free on an extra line, which will probably happen in 3 months, it's fine. It opens the apps fast. It has a giant fucking battery in it, so it's impossible to kill. But Yeah, it's just annoying that these phones keep popping up where they prioritize 5G over literally anything else.
So B-Slidem brings up an interesting comment, and I'm gonna slightly adapt it. He said that you're a flagship user, so of course you're disappointed. I'm going to slightly tweak that to you're an informed reviewer, so of course you're disappointed. You know enough about the competition, and this is a phone that if you don't know what's competing against it, if you aren't familiar with, let's say, the Pixel line, or even Samsung's budget phones, if you're not familiar with those things, then this is a great phone, or at least a pretty good phone.
Like when I took this out of the box and I started using it, I was like, my first thought was like, this screen isn't that good, because it's an LCD, and also my other thought was that this is a ginormous phone. But like, besides those two things, like, it's like I didn't mind using it. Like, it's functional, it works, it's fast. Android, the differences between Android 10 and 11 like aren't that severe. But then you get to the point where it's like, when you have to decide should people buy this or not, then you have to consider, like, I'm not going to recommend something when like the better thing is right there.
Yeah.
And it's cheaper.
Yeah, and that's the whole catch. And this, by the way, this circles back to that classic argument people have about biased and unbiased reviews. And it's like, this is a perfect example of, look, you can't really say someone is biased or unbiased when they sit down and just, like, write on paper. You can confidently say, look, this phone is coming with outdated parts. It's going to have it's going to have one update ever, and other phones that are competing with it are going to have two. Like, when it's not bias, it's just straight up facts. This is not as good of a deal,
especially with technology where smartphones are so like they're a mature technology at this point. Like, it's not really that difficult to get if you're a manufacturer, it's not that difficult to make a smartphone that's like, okay, like, you buy the chipset from Qualcomm, you put a big battery in there, you pack it all together in a decent package and ship it off, and it's not that hard to get a phone that works well. But so all the difference between all these phones now is the little stuff. It's the camera processing, it's the software optimization, it's the update schedule. Like, we're past the point where we're getting like generational performance boost, and we're getting like thinner and thinner phones. Now we're laser focused on the smaller stuff, and that's where the big differences are now.
Mm-hmm.
So it's, I like trying budget phones because that's what most people are using. Like, not even, like, maybe not so in the US, I'm not sure where the numbers are at, but like, if you're factoring in the whole world, like, that's why Android has like insane OS market share, because it's on all of these $40 Android phones. So I like trying them because it's like, this is what most people are using. This is how most people are going to experience Android and the web and all these online services. So I don't hate, like, I like trying budget phones, but then I get annoyed when it's like, okay, this company clearly could have tried better, and they didn't. Like, Motorola could keep this updated for the same 3 years Samsung is promising with its $300 phones, and Google, but they're not.
So, and I feel like adding one of the catches to that, and one of the realities, is that most people don't know enough about the phone that they're getting and using to care about too many things. And this is something B-Slidem's kind of hitting on with updates, but I would say this is an issue that extends well beyond updates. Most people, most people don't really even necessarily recognize the difference between OLED and LCD. They might like set the two
sure,
side by side, and they'll go, "Oh, well, yeah, the OLED one's nicer looking," but they're not really gonna know why. They might not even. Some people won't even be able to tell. Like their mindset just they don't perceive it.
And like modern LCDs are like fine. Like, you know, it's not like the olden days where like you look at your phone like 3 degrees off angle and the colors just go to complete shit.
Yeah. Yeah, and the things that we used to put up with a few years back that now people would be furious to see. Yeah, it's a weird twist. There was okay, I'm bringing up kind of a weird esoteric thing here, but people have kind of come to the conclusion that if you look at the writing and like documentation from many centuries ago, there's signs that people's brains had not actually perceived. I forget what color it was, but there was some color. Presumably, people did not see because they had never even grown to the point of observing it was a different color. I want to say it was the color blue, but I could be wrong. Anyway, people just didn't even perceive this existed. And, you know, it's a small thing, but I think the same thing has really happened with us and technology. We don't even realize that a thing might not be the best it could be until one day someone comes along and shows us, yeah, by the way, this is how good it could sound. This is how good the screen could be. This is how good each of these things can be until you know, once you're introduced to it, once you realize that this is the thing, it makes that difference.
Yeah, and like I know software updates is not that important to most. Like if it was important, then like companies would be doing a better job of updating their phones. It's clearly not that big of a priority, partially because Google now delivers almost every visible change as like an app update. So like phone buy, like they don't care what the APIs are. Like that's not for them to care about.
Okay, I agree with that, but I will never not keep coming back to the same argument of people don't care what APIs are supported until the day comes along that one of their friends says, "Oh yeah, I'm using such and such app. I love this app. It's great." And then you go to the store and try to find it, and it's like, "Oh, I can't get it."
Yeah. My mic has apparently gone staticky.
What the hell?
Should I try rejoining?
It's not staticky to me. I have changed nothing. I've done nothing.
It must just be like a buffer in OBS or something, or the browser, or...
I just can't think of why.
Yeah.
One thing I could try, maybe.
It's not gonna do anything, but I'll try rejoining. We'll see what happens.
Okay.
Right, I've returned.
Okay, yeah, if someone confirm whether or not it's still staticky. If it is, what I think I'll do is just try removing the audio source. Yeah. Oh, well, I guess actually that won't quite work. I'll have to remove the browser.
Hello, this is a test.
Okay, well, I'm hearing you echoing.
Okay, yeah. It sounds fine now, so maybe that was that. Okay. Who knows? Yeah, David says it's fine. Okay.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, no, like the meta discussion here is that like, yes, a lot of people don't care about these things, but also like they go to a review to get all the bits of information and to get like the reviewer's opinion. Like when I go, like when I was looking for a car, like I don't give a shit like what the like turbine in the engine can do. Like I just like, is it a good, like on the whole, is it a good car? And I went to websites who told me it was a good car, and then I bought it. It is a good car.
See, you say that, and this is something I've wondered about for so long. I keep asking myself, how many people who are buying this phone, and I know that what I'm about to say is going to possibly step on that toe of like how classist can you get, but I often wonder if you're buying a phone in this like budget to mid-tier territory.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess this is more, I'm thinking mostly budget, not even once you're getting into like budget to mid-tier, I think you're back into the territory where it makes sense that you're looking at reviews. But I tend to think if you're looking at budget phones, are you really looking at reviews for them? And I'm not talking like an Amazon review or something like that. I'm talking about actually going to sites and reading a whole review about what's good and bad about the phone. And I'm sure that there are people who do it. I'm not saying that there aren't, but I often question, is this a thing where people are, do people do this a lot? And that I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's also something that's like hard to quantify, I think, unless you had like some really good market data. Because like theoretically, you could really easily find this out if you like compared the sales numbers of certain phones with like Google Trends data for people searching for a review, or YouTube data for people searching for video review.
I also, so one of the theories I've had for a while too is I think a lot of the people looking up these reviews may not actually be the person who's going to use the phone.
Yeah,
like,
that's the other factor.
Like, I think a lot of these phones are bought for your grandparents or, you know, your cousin who doesn't care about the phone at all.
Or you're just watching the review because like you heard about this phone, you want to see what it is, or like your favorite YouTuber reviewed it, you watch everything from them anyway.
Right. So, and the funny thing is that means the review, that like the number of people searching for it or reading a review might be higher by actually possibly quite a bit than it should be versus, what I'm trying to get to is there might be a disconnect between these two. People are buying the phone, but they're not the ones reading the review, and there are people who are reading the review who aren't buying the phone.
Yeah,
I think that probably actually happens a lot more than we realize.
Yeah, because there is already like this disconnect where we think people care the most about like the flagship phones, but then when you look at every market survey in the US, it's like, oh, the best-selling phone this year, oh, it was some like random LG phone that's in like every T-Mobile store in America. It's like that comes up a lot too, and that's also why I think like every time I review or almost every time I do a budget phone review, it does amazing views, because like I don't really know how many other places like care.
Yeah.
Like I think that's definitely factors like, oh, no one else wants to try this shitty low-end phone. Woo, let's go. Only game in town, baby.
By the way, not that it needs to be like a focus point, but I posted a link to that thing I was talking about where people, like ancient people, couldn't see the color blue. That is an interesting read. I don't know if this article was necessarily the best example of it, but I've been hearing about this for a few years, and if you dig around, there's, I'm sure, better versions of that article. But it is an interesting thing to hear about. Anyway.
So, yeah, no, again, I know most people don't care about the little nitpicks that we point out in the phones, but again, like that's the point of their review, is to nitpick.
Well, for what it's worth, I I know this goes to a weird place, but I think of reviews in many ways the same way I think of like when I was writing teardowns. I think of them mostly as entertainment value, not like a service it towards like making good buying decisions, because I think a lot of people read them more to hear what the nitpicky things are.
Yeah.
And because let's be honest, and we've had this discussion internally about our reviews. People don't actually read the reviews if they're thinking about buying something. They open up the review, look for the like conclusion, and then like click away. No, very few people are reading whole reviews, but I do think a lot of people read the whole review if they just kind of want something to read, and they want to read somebody being analytical and nitpicking little details, because that's what reviews are great for. That's the one place you can read that sort of stuff all the time.
Yeah,
and there are
especially if the review has like something weird about it from the onset, like it has like a really negative title or something. You're like, why is this so bad? I must click and find out.
Yeah, no, and I hate to admit it, but I've definitely clicked on reviews in the past just because the title either absolutely bashes on a thing, or in reverse. Sometimes it is just showering something with praise, and it's like, wait, why? And I freely admit I've also clicked on articles the same way, which I've regretted almost every time, because, man,
feeding the machine Cody or
well, a great one was actually called out again. Sorry, I'm bringing up camera talk here a little bit, but a few months back, a few months back, Canon released a camera. It was an 8K camera. It's the Canon R5. It spec wise, it's just a beast, but it has problems with overheating. It has problems with some of its image quality. It had some design decisions that were just not great. There were things that were wrong about this camera. Not important. Sony, like 2 or 3 weeks later, announces the A7S III, and The Verge. In fact, I'll pull this up. Let's see. Verge Sony camera doesn't shoot 8K. I'm sure. Yeah. So The Verge does this title. Let's get on the right screen. Okay, and yeah, so The Verge does this title: Sony's new A7S Mark III doesn't shoot 8K video. That was the title that they went with to say about a camera that largely nobody is mad that it doesn't shoot 8K video.
And so it's like a strictly photography camera, not like a filming camera.
Well, okay. The A7S Mark III is definitely for video.
You have the link.
Yeah. But it's such a trolly headline for a camera that is, by every standard, actually better at video than Canon's. Even though everyone focused on the video features of Canon's. So, yeah, it's one of those things where they wrote a headline that it's a catchy headline, but it's also about as dishonest as it can be, because it's putting all of the attention on the exact wrong feature.
Huh, that's funny.
Austin, yeah, trash camera. The S21 Ultra can shoot 8K and has more megapixels. Yep. Too bad every one of those pixels is kind of awful. Not really, but I mean,
the Motorola camera was so weird too on the one 5G Ace, because on like the spec sheet they said their rear camera was like 48 megapixels or something crazy. And then I go look into it, and their combining pixels on like a hardware level first. So there's no way to capture 48 as far as I can tell. And then further in the software, I think the default was like what was it? It was 12 megapixel as a default. And then you could also shrink it, even like combine even more pixels to get 8 megapixel, and that's the photos you get.
Yeah,
it's like, oh yeah. Anyway, that wasn't important. It was just funny.
I was back to the camera section of your review, and I left it on your selfie shot, and Austin's like, too many Corbins.
Yeah. I had to Photoshop out a couple acne bits. I was having a flare up that day, but it's fine. Also, completely unrelated, but Discord just banned the Wall Street Bets server, but not because of anything related to stocks, but because they kept violating their policies on hate speech.
Okay. In a weird way, that's not surprising.
No, it's not. Because I've looked at the subreddit, and I also briefly looked at the Discord. I joined the Discord for a little bit, but it was actually making the client slow, like even when I wasn't looking at the server. So I took it off. But yeah, that's not surprising, no, because when you look at the Discord, like they call everyone like a retard and a lot of other terms that are not very nice. So
shocking.
Yeah, yeah, typical Reddit stuff. You know. So no, that's not surprising.
Well, and in general, just a bunch of coked out, like purely focused on money people. Yeah, they're not going to be politically wonderful.
No, because again, like the whole point is just like people like that are not stable keep buying stocks. That was the mission of the subreddit. Discord told The Verge that it was banned because of racial slurs, so it was not just it was not just that. So
yeah, that sounds about right.
That checks out. Yeah. Austin said we should pitch that to NBC as a new comedy.
Too many Corbins.
Oh. Or not enough.
Ah.
Yeah, that's the twist.
Did
you like? Yeah.
Let's see. So, do we have more to say on this? I don't know.
On what?
Well, either the review or like budget phones or reviews.
No, I made my case, I believe.
Did we want to talk anything about the Apple's planning to release an iCloud passwords Chrome extension for Windows?
Are they? That's like slightly interesting, I guess.
Yeah, that was in the RambleCast chat right after I posted the notification. It's a 9 to 5 post.
Okay, yeah.
I need to fix my window capture.
Okay, that makes sense. You know what I wish. What was I thinking of? I have like the opposite problem of this with Samsung stuff. So Samsung has its own password store, but I don't want to use it because I don't want all my passwords duplicated in 5 places.
Right.
Varying security. And of course on Samsung phones you can just pick a different autofill service in Android and it's all fine and dandy. But in Samsung Internet, they still have it hard-coded where they only allow a couple of password fillers, which is theirs, and like I think like Bitwarden and a couple of the other big third-party ones, but notably not Google passwords. And it drives me insane. And also, they don't support Firefox's either, even though I asked one of the developers about it, and they said they were looking into it. That never happened.
Yeah, I'm sure they looked into it, as long as it took to ask someone, should we care about this yet? No? Okay, let's not.
Yeah.
It
It is always funny to see Apple like half-heartedly embrace a different platform or service. It's still like, even though Apple is very much like a services company now, like far more than they were even like 3 years ago.
Oh yeah.
It's still funny. Like, it's still funny. There's like an Apple Music app on Android, and it's still funny. There's an iCloud client for Windows. Like, it makes sense. It should. If it's a service, it should be everywhere. But it is still amusing.
I'm just, there are various aspects of this that kind of confuse me. One, obviously, why Windows? why are they being so specific about it being for Windows, not also Linux?
I would guess is that the screenshot they show is, it looks like the iCloud client is prompting you to install these. So I bet what's happening is that the extension is like talking to the local client.
I'm fairly
talking
confident
to Apple. Yeah, which like is weird, but like I guess if they're feeling really confident about their security with the client, then it might be easier to just share that locally on the machine.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense.
But I don't know, because also like I don't know what mechanisms Chrome extensions have left for communicating, like with unless the iCloud app is hosting like a local
web server.
Yeah,
that would actually make a lot of sense.
I'm sure that's probably what they're doing, because I don't think there's another easy way for them to do that. And then they're just like sharing keys across that. Like, it's like janky, but
yeah, it makes sense.
Maybe that could be more secure than doing the. I don't know.
It's not that big of a deal to host a local web server though. So yeah, that's pretty reasonable. The question I have is, how secure is this? And I'd have my doubts.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems like it'd be easier just to do what like Android apps do, where they talk to the server themselves, but they'll open like the login page in like a web or something.
Right.
So they can get like the authorization done outside of whatever the client is.
Well,
I don't know.
To me, what this really equates to is further evidence that desktop operating systems at least need to adopt a few of the things that we're seeing in mobile operating systems, like an API that is
like
strictly
good notifications.
Well, that'd be helpful. Okay, wait, you say that, dude? Go use a Mac. Pretty damn good.
Yeah, well, they were first with that, so that makes sense.
Yeah, well, they were and they weren't. Strictly speaking, almost everything we care about from notifications today, almost every bit of that is owed to an app called Growl.
I remember Growl.
Yeah,
I had Growl. Yeah,
Growl was amazing.
Growl was the shit.
And to this day, everyone is still mad that Apple didn't just buy Growl. They should have. Mm-hmm. Anyway, but yeah, there should just be an API for password managers.
My internet is having a. Oh, okay.
You seem to be fine.
My call cut out for a second.
But yeah, every operating system should just have an API for password managers. Like, by design, that should just be a thing.
Yeah. Well, it's not going to happen, though.
Probably not.
Ever. I like Carson saying they should release Safari again on Windows. I'd like to see that purely because it would give Google some anxiety. about Chrome. Like, no joke. The only thing really keeping Google from doing whatever they want with the web as a whole is the fact that Safari exists, and also that Apple is so petty that they won't allow real different browser engines on iOS and iPad. That's it. That's basically it at this point. So I would like to see them release Safari on Windows just to add a little bit of extra pressure on Google.
Yeah.
But now, granted, all of Apple's Windows software has been horrendous. Like,
yes.
I would be shocked if Safari on Windows was at all good if they decided to make it again. Because like Safari, it was really bad on Windows when it came out. Like I think it was faster than like IE, but that was like the lowest bar to cross.
But it was also buggier.
It was buggier, and it
which
had
is
the
a
same
really
thing as,
high bar to achieve to be buggier than IE.
Yeah, and they did the same thing they did with iTunes, where they like cross-compiled their UI toolkit from macOS onto Windows, so all the UI elements were like Aqua, and it looked weird as hell.
Yeah, it was really weird.
I know they incorporated more of Windows elements as time went on to make it try to fit in a little bit better, but it was still weird. It felt weird, like when you use like a Samsung app on like a non-Samsung phone, and it still has like that aesthetic. And you're like, this is weird.
Okay, I was just gonna compare it to using Steam on anything.
Yeah, Steam does not fit in it at all.
There is no platform where Steam fits.
No. I remember there was like, I don't know if there's still a thing, but Steam skins used to be the Steam themes used to be a thing, and someone did make a theme I remember that made it fit into like Windows 8, and that was really cool.
Right.
I don't know if that's still supported on the new Steam though. But yeah, no, I'm sure Safari on Windows would be really weird, just like it was weird last time. And also, WebKit really isn't maintained on Windows as far as I know. So they would have to do a lot of catch-up work to support like the desktop stuff in Windows that Chromium and Firefox already do. Because I think you can compile WebKit on Windows like a test shell, but it's missing a lot of stuff. Because again, like there hasn't been like a mainstream browser that uses WebKit on Windows in a long time. Chrome would have been the last one.
Yeah. So I'm also looking at this other 9 to 5 post that was linked about Android 12 working on a quote in-depth theming system that can even recolor apps. I'm incredibly skeptical of this.
Yeah,
I think they're going out on a completely wrong limb here.
According to information viewed by 9 to 5, Android 12 is working on a native theming system allowing you to set a primary color and an accent color and see those colors reflected throughout Android.
So
I bet this is just another step in what Google was already doing, which is making theming easier for OEMs.
Yeah, exactly.
Because this has been like every this is starting to be like the Half-Life 3 of Android, where every release we hear about, it'll have customizable themes, and then it doesn't.
Yeah.
or then we get like, what Pixels have, where they plug into it, but it's not like, here's a list of where you can set your own RGB values for every element. It's just like, all right, here's the 4 themes Google made with different fonts. You can choose which one you like.
Right. I'm inclined to compare it to or not compare it, but I'm inclined to suspect that this is maybe more for like an accessibility feature or something like that. I don't feel there's so many reasons why I don't see this happening, and one of them definitely is that issue where we've seen this talked about so much over the last like 5 or 6 years. This is like a user-controlled theming engine is sort of like the Chupacabra. It's something that people always talk about, but it doesn't actually exist. And it's never actually going to exist. Sorry to those who are super into cryptids, but Chupacabra, not a thing.
No, because again, like app developers would raise holy hell. Like they already don't like that, like their apps don't work the same across everything. But then you have to throw in like, because like Linux has had this problem for a really long time where app developers get bug reports of people being like, I can't read the text in your app, and then you're like, okay, well, what are you using? Oh, I'm using like some like ghetto GTK theme from 7 years ago. It's like, oh, okay, well, that sounds like a you problem. Like devs don't want to deal with that.
Yeah,
and especially like companies who care a lot about their brand image and like their design language of platforms.
So, you know, I can imagine so many companies just absolutely losing their minds over this. Wait, are we connected?
Look like.
Huh. I lost video from you for a little bit, and everything looked wonky, and I got a warning for a moment. But okay, I think we're all right now. Anyway, this is one of those things where, I remember when, exposed.
Yeah, I was going back further. I was about to say, bring up CyanogenMod themes because those were great.
I was gonna bring up, and this isn't just for visual stuff, but I've known developers who, if they get a bug report. If they got a bug report and it had any sign that exposed
you, as a developer, you know, you try to make something that works on everyone's stuff, but then when like you're messing with the established platform, it's like, I don't know how much effort this is worth to make sure your hack to high heaven phone still connects to servers.
Nils, try refreshing the browser. Because
I think my network might be doing something.
No, it was definitely mine. Unless somehow you sent something wonky to me, which I doubt.
I'm infecting you with my bad internet.
I mean, it's not impossible. But
do a speed test.
No, I saw at least twice. It looked like it dropped, very briefly dropped connection and reconnected. So,
yeah, I'm at 150 megabytes per second down. I'm rocking today. Well, that.
Congrats.
Yeah. Everything's turning up, Corbin.
But yeah, I
can't wait to move and get like dial-up.
I don't see a consistent problem. It looks like everything's back to good now, or at least for what I can see of it. But yeah, that bothers me. I wish internet could be truly like reliably consistent, but God, it never is. That keyboard. Oh my God.
I know my mom's asking me.
I'm gonna
for dinner.
Like, I'm gonna go to your house and spray foam into that keyboard just to silence it.
You will not steal my Unicomp keyboard.
I wasn't gonna steal it, just sabotage it.
Put like sound dampeners around the keyboard.
You better believe it. No, anyway, so I think we're good again.
But yeah, I loved CyanogenMod themes back in the day. They were fun to play around with, but they had to be updated for every version, and then I forget when it was. I think it was like Oreo or Pi when I don't know if it was CyanogenMod still or Lineage had taken over at that point, but at some point the devs were just like, this is way too much work, and they deprecated it, and then they eventually removed all the code for it.
Yeah. So I've always going back, if we go all the way back to like the days of Hollow, you know, I'm talking all the way back to some ice cream sandwich love. You know, I would have been down for a theme manager, like being able to choose preferred colors or tweak system, the look of apps, because at that time so few developers were trying that hard to push branding. They weren't trying that hard to.
Yeah, they all use the same like 5 Android widgets, and that was it.
Yeah. These days, I just can't see it happening. Honestly, I can imagine some companies going so far as suing Google over the idea of their brand colors being changed. That's a very realistic thing in this setting, and I can almost guarantee.
Now I'm almost surprised when I install an app and it's using like the regular Android top bar or the action bar. I forget what they call it in the docs. But like the bar at the top that says like the name of the app and then like a drop down menu or something. Like that's rare now. It's like apps using just what's in the system.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, let's say for a second they did add this, which I still actively think is not happening. Maybe they could add it on the system level for the system stuff, but I don't see it happening to the apps. Anyway, if it did happen for apps, I can imagine one of the very first things they do is put in an API or even just a flag that you set saying, no, don't do it to me.
Yeah.
Which, if they're going to do that, that doesn't even make sense. It would make more sense to put in like a option to say, yes, please let me have the system colors and I'll let my app get themed to match them. That would make a lot more sense than asking apps to opt out, because I guarantee almost every app's going to opt out. There's no reason for it, and it'll make developers pissed.
Yeah. Well, that's sort of the same thing that a couple of the newer web APIs have done. With picture-in-picture, there's a way to turn it off, and I know some web apps have for like weird reasons that don't really make sense and annoy me. Like I noticed Hulu blocks picture-in-picture mode. I don't know why. Like on the desktop, you can. I don't fully get that. Thankfully, Firefox ignores that completely, so that's nice. The same thing happened when eventually with like background audio playback, because YouTube wanted a way for non-premium people to stop using Chrome to play YouTube videos with their phone off. So I think Firefox ignores that too. I'm not sure. I will fully hate on the fact that YouTube thought that background play should be something that they hide behind premium. That is a BS decision. Yeah, especially since like it might even save them money, right? Because like because like what's worse? Is it letting someone listen to the like hour-long podcast with the phone off and only streaming the audio, or letting their phone auto default to streaming the 1080p video of the podcast and having to eat all that bandwidth? Like I feel like it would have to be cheaper for Google to let people do that if they want.
You'd think, yeah.
But I don't know. Maybe the money gouging from premium makes up for any losses they're getting there.
Really quickly to do a couple follow-up comments. Austin said he loved changing the boot screen. Yeah, I miss
Yeah, that
that's
was
one
fun.
thing I honestly do miss, and not just because Google used that stupid as hell blinding white boot screen for so long on the Pixels. I also just like changing it because you could put some really neat stuff on the boot screen. It was kind of an awesome thing.
It was fun, and also it was a nice way to get rid of like carrier branding.
Oh God, yes.
Because that was a thing for a very long time. Like I don't. It's still a little bit of like I see it occasionally on like some of the like the budget phones I get where they'll have like Verizon at some point on the loading screen, but it's not as crazy as it used to be. Like you used to like turn on the Android phone and then you get like the loudest like AT&T chime
I know.
in the history of man.
I hated that thing so much. All that being said, you know how often I see a boot screen these days?
Yeah.
and I'm a guy who does do random hacking and modding from time to time.
Yeah. I think that's why no, like it's not really a thing anymore. Because like you can still
it's
do
definitely
that.
still a thing. It's just so many fewer people are rooting or ROMing. So yeah, changing a boot screen is.
And also, yeah, like I remember back in the day, like my phone would take like a minute or two to fully boot up. And now,
it's quick enough. Your boot screen hardly matters anymore.
Yeah, I think it was like Pi or Oreo that made it so like even if you have like super cheap phones, like Android's up in like 20 seconds maximum.
Yeah.
So.
And then to B-Slide, I'm saying personally never a fan of CMod, CyanogenMod. I mean, I briefly was. There was a period in time where I thought CyanogenMod was kind of like the great savior of phones. Yeah, that was a very short-lived span of time.
I've had to rely on it a lot.
That's kind of the thing.
Yeah, before this job, like I would be getting phones that were not updated that long, and I'd resort to CyanogenMod, and like it was usually an improvement from the stock software.
Exactly.
But again, then you're dealing with, instead of like now your brain is going from it sucks my phone isn't getting updates to will the random possibly teenager on XDA forums continue updating my phone or not.
Yep.
Then it's like a different, and also like I need to balance what's broken with what's good. Like I remember with my my first Android phone, it was Wi-Fi only, was the Samsung Galaxy Player 5, and it was supported with various ROMs up and like it shipped with Gingerbread, and it was supported up to like Android. I think it might have been like Nougat or Marshmallow, but every update was like every new ROM version there was something different broken. So like I'd go between like trying to figure out which version I should stay on, because like, oh, if I stay on this then like my camera freezes every 5 seconds, or if I stay on this like I can't use Bluetooth or
Yep.
That was fun. I don't miss that.
So that totally brings me back to my first Android phone, and when I first got that phone, I had it. Oh man, I only had it maybe, I think 48 hours before I had to go on this. I was working a wine festival, and so I brought the phone with me. I had rooted it the day before going or something like that, and the first ROM that I put on it. The problem with that ROM is it couldn't ring if you received a call.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I was, that wasn't the worst thing. And the reason I was putting that ROM on there is I think that one opened up Wi-Fi hotspot, which at that time was really not a thing like widely available yet. But yeah, I needed the Wi-Fi hotspot, so I accepted not being able to know if my phone was ringing. But if I used a Bluetooth headset, I would be able to hear it that way. So I had a Bluetooth headset either on my ear Or actually, as weird as it sounds, in my pocket, because as long as I was in a moderately quiet area, I could even hear the Bluetooth headset making the sound when somebody called me. So that's how I was getting around the fact that I couldn't get calls. It was a very weird time in life.
Yeah. I don't miss. Well, there was some things that were really cool about the ROM scene. Like there was definitely a couple things, not a lot, but a couple things that were only on ROMs for the longest time, and then Google or Samsung or someone eventually picked them up. Like I remember, I think it was like OmniROM that did floating windows for the first time.
Yeah.
Before anyone else.
Yeah, I think that was OmniROM. I can't fully remember, but I do remember. I remember wasting a night trying to do an article on that.
Yeah. There was. It didn't work well. There was the Pi navigation thing that I think that was Paranoid Android that did that. I think.
Oh wait, Paranoid Android did some other thing that was sort of related to floating windows. I
can't remember.
Yeah, it was so long ago. That was really, really early stuff. But
Wikipedia has an article about it, but it doesn't.
It may not have been floating windows specifically, but it was something.
Oh yeah. Okay, so here it is. So they had. Is this the article in the? Okay. Do they have screenshots? They don't, but this article mentions that they had the Pi navigation, and then they also fuck you websites doing my back history. Okay, they had the Pi navigation, and then they also had Halo, which is what they called floating bubbles.
Yep, that's
for notifications.
Oh wait, maybe that wasn't it. I don't know. Whatever it was, I'm almost positive that I was doing this with Paranoid Android. But I got tasked with writing this thing, and we ended up not posting the article of all things because Artem got mad that the video he had me record, this is back before I had a camera, the video that they insist I record was ended up being shot in vertical video instead of horizontal video because all the rigging I had to do, the camera ended to do a top-down shot. The camera ended up bumping into vertical after I'd already gotten it into horizontal, and I didn't notice it. And it was one of those like, guys, if this is your biggest concern, I give up. I'm not going to make it perfect.
And then OnePlus, I think, it was OnePlus that hired most of the Paranoid Android people.
Yep.
And then that became Oxygen OS. But yeah, they're still like technically going, but it's not that different from AOSP.
Well, and didn't they skip like one or two whole versions of Android?
Yeah, that's kind of, I think that's most of the custom ROMs that aren't Lineage now.
Yeah.
Is they have resurgences and then they go back to being dormant, which again is like not something you want from software on your most important computer.
No, it
is people work and again, that's why like I get annoyed every time I read in the comments of like people saying I put too much emphasis on like software updates, or like I don't consider that you can put custom ROMs and stuff. It's like, yeah, that's great. Like I love that the phone can be unlocked, and if I want to, I can make the decision to use different software. But like I shouldn't have to do that in a perfect world, because I don't want my smartphone to rely on really what is the generosity and free time of random developers. Because that's what the like the CyanogenMod mod developers, like they're not like I'm not Lineage developers are not like making bank from Lineage. Like I'm sure they're making a little bit of money once they pay for the servers and other maintenance stuff. Like maybe for a few of them this can be their full-time job, but like vast majority of these people are just like they're me. They work on this and on software in their spare time.
Remember when there was that, I'd say maybe 9 months or so, that people thought, oh, the future of Android is going to be OEMs making their thing, and then there's going to be one or two big ROM makers that are going to, like, sometimes they'll contract out with OEMs and they'll kind of do the software for the OEM, and then, you know, they'll have their own custom builds that people are going to pay for and stuff like that. Man, that was a funny 9 months when people still thought that could happen. It's sort of like believing that we're going to have a year of Linux.
I don't know. I feel like if Cyanogen Inc. wasn't like the most poorly run company in its brief existence,
Hail Kurt McMaster.
I think they could have gotten some kind of a market for a while, because they had a couple OEMs they had lined up. They had OnePlus. They had that the UK one that I can't remember. But like they probably could have found enough customers for that. Like, do I think that every phone company would have contracted out the soft? No, not even close.
And that's exactly the issue.
Especially now that, like, again, going back to apps being very specifically designed, like the software is the phone now. Like that.
Yeah.
Like people buy Samsung phones mostly because the software of how it ties into Samsung's other stuff. And again,
I would say there's a whole lot of it that's still about the specs and hardware and build quality and things like that. You know, that's obvious. Let's be honest, that's where Samsung beats pretty much everybody, except arguably Apple. But yeah, software is such a defining point. I mean, no one's buying Pixel phones for design. No one's buying them because they have the best camera sensor. They have an acceptable camera sensor that software has corrected for. And you could obviously say the same about a lot of other pieces of or a lot of other hardware. It's all good, but none of it's really making that decision for anyone. And this is the reason why people don't buy LG phones, largely because the software sucks. So yeah, you know, software definitely is a massive part of why people do or don't buy phones, but I don't feel like custom ROM makers were going to move the needle in a big appreciable way, in part because a lot of phones still can't really be unlocked, and you know, the custom software scene can only marginally support some of it. In a lot of instances, your camera quality, like it, did you ever see people do video or photo comparisons between certain phones in particular?
The cameras were so rough on like they've always been rough on custom ROMs.
Yeah, exactly. Well, in particular, I remember when they did those, and this isn't even custom ROM territory. This is Google's own stuff. When they did those Play Store editions, I think is what they were called, or whatever. It was an HTC phone and a Samsung phone that were given basically just stock Android instead of their fully customized versions.
Right.
And yeah, the camera quality was just garbage by comparison, and it's because they didn't have all the customizations that the OEMs are doing to the camera processor. So, you know, it turned out bad. And the same was true with custom ROMs. If you were running Lineage, or well, CyanogenMod at the time, if you were running CyanogenMod, your photos were just worse.
Yeah,
plain and simple.
Like the last time I tried this was when I had the I think it was the OnePlus 5T, and there was a couple things I really didn't like in Oxygen OS. And I was like, oh, well, you can unlock the bootloader just like a Pixel. I'll just throw Lineage on there and give it a whirl. And, I wipe it, I put the ROM on there, and like it works great. Everything's working. And I open the camera like, oh no, I have made a terrible decision. This looks like a point and shoot from 10 years ago.
Yep.
And then I put it back on Oxygen OS fairly quickly. I just sucked it up, everything that was bad with that OS.
Yeah, and that I think was an early hint about what was to come with phones anyway. And yes, the camera is predominantly always going to be the biggest example of this, but there's so many things that the OEMs can do to customize and tweak and make sure that a phone has the best possible advantages. Not to say all OEMs do this or that they're good at it. Some of them are not. No question to it. Again, HTC. Poor HTC. But at the end of the day, if you're one of those ROM makers and you're saying, well, we made software you're going to enjoy using a little bit more, but yeah, your camera's going to blow. There's just nothing we can do. We don't have access to the drivers. We don't have access to this. We don't have access to that. And there's nothing else we can do. At the end of the day, if they have to admit that, well, tough luck. People are not going to switch to using your ROM on a phone that's going to suffer too much.
Yeah, that's always the difference, is that if you want to roll your own software on anything, then you just have to accept that some things are worse. Like, I don't have Photoshop on my favorite operating system. I just have to suck it up and live with that. So,
what do you get to use Photoshop on?
Sometimes, Cody, I have to crop photos. No, but actually, I still do wish Photoshop existed for Linux, purely because I want to use content aware fill a lot, and like GIMP kind of has that, but only in a plugin, and it's not very good. And also, last I checked, GIMP plugins were written in Python 2. Which modern Linux distributions are trying to get rid of as much as they can.
Yep.
Which means there's not an easy way for me to run those anymore. But again, they weren't like that good in the first place. So
yeah.
So like, if I really need it, I'll just boot into Windows and run Photoshop there. But I'd like the thing I paid for to work on everything I own. But it's too much to ask, apparently.
To some extent, I'm actually maybe a little surprised that you still pay for Photoshop. But
they've got me with Lightroom.
Yeah,
that's all I use.
Says.
I love I could do just with like the Google Photos photo editor realistically, but I do just like that I can take the raw images from the camera, import it to Lightroom on the tablet. Like all this, I do this on my Tab S6, and then do all the adjustments, and all the pictures are there in the cloud if I need them later. And also that I can use, like I've done this a couple times where like if I need to take review photos with my phone, I'll use the Lightroom camera on the Lightroom app, just because it takes it in their raw whatever format, and gives me a little bit better space to work with than Samsung's interesting color filtering, their image processing that maybe doesn't give me the kind of photo I would like.
Austin asked, was the bench ever red or was it always Photoshop?
The bench was never real.
Guys, Corbin's not that good at Photoshop.
No, I'm not. That'd be way too much work for no payoff. Like what I would do, I would just like go up like to Artem like later and be like, that bench, like it was real. It wasn't real.
The funny thing is, it's actually not that much work. You could absolutely do that. You could change the color of that bench with some pretty easy tweaks, but
Yeah, but
Yeah.
that again,
Still.
work. That's what payoff do I get from that, Cody?
Just the fun of tweaking it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Hey, it again, like, you should see some of the things that I spent an inordinately large amount of time doing for various AP for photos and screenshots on AP. Like, if you go back, I kid you not, go back to any of the posts that I've done with Google Maps where I had to show a screen that it invariably gave away my location. Every single one of them has been tweaked in some way to be completely wrong. Like, you could look at the live navigation and the roads do not match. They are.
Yeah.
I have faked
I've
every single screenshot I've ever posted of that.
Yeah, I've done. Yeah, I've definitely got some photos where like they were not anywhere near presentable, but it's like it's now dark outside, and I don't want to take these again tomorrow, so I'm just going to I'm gonna work with what I've got.
Yep.
And like I did this. I think the last time I did this was where I had to. It would have. I think this was in like last spring maybe, where I took some photos and there was just a god awful amount of pollen on everything, including the bench, and it looked terrible. So I just like content aware filled like half the photo, and it looked fine in the end. But that was fun.
So yeah, Carson was just pointing out or saying that I should have just used a GPS spoofer, which I definitely did do a lot of GPS spoofing too. But there were versions of Android where GPS spoofing did not work correctly or very reliably. Plus, there was actually a period in time where Google Maps, I don't know how exactly it was doing this, but the app actually could just walk right past any GPS spoofer you used. It just straight up ignored GPS spoofers. Every other app would still get tricked, but Maps would not. So yeah, I had to do a lot of fakery to keep my location from always being obvious.
You know what's funny is that I learned how to take Android Auto screenshots just like last week. I was writing about the Samsung SmartThings app.
I'm looking forward to what you say about this. Go on.
Okay. And initially, I started writing the post, and then I was like, I bet taking screenshots from my car is going to be like an absurd amount of work. I bet it's going to be some of that. And then it's like, then I go on and I've tried to find a tutorial about how to do this because I don't know where to look anymore, because Auto's not like an app anymore. It's just in the system. And then it turns out you just search for Android Auto in the settings, and then there's like a dev option, and then there's a button to take the screenshot. And here's the kicker, Cody. It takes the screenshot with like, I don't know if it has the app name in the file, but it's definitely different for each screenshot. So I can dump them onto my Dropbox, which is not something I can do with Wear OS. Wear OS drives me fucking insane every time I have to write a watch review, because what I have to do is I have to take the screenshot from the app.
Believe me, I know.
And then share it to my Dropbox, and then once it's in my Dropbox on my computer, I have to rename the file, because when I take a screenshot again, it'll be like, oh, screen.png is already here. Do you want to overwrite it? I'm like, no. Why can't you just give each file a name like Android does? I don't get it.
Corbin? Okay, so I will come back to the Wear OS thing in a second. But first off, I will just say the mere fact that you know how to take screenshots of Android Auto makes you... It puts you into what I guess I have to call the 1%ers. Because holy crap,
am I an elite blogger now, Cody?
Well, I dare you. Go around to all the other sites that cover Android Auto. Go look. Find how many of them use a camera and take a picture of an Android Auto screen instead of taking a screenshot. It is bewilderingly common.
Now, do they take the photo for like the header image and then use real
Nope.
screenshots, or
Nope.
like do they try to do like head-on
Uh,
pictures?
I don't know if 9 to 5 still has this, but they weren't doing it as little as 6 months ago. I mean, this has actually been a long-standing joke between me and a couple of other people. There's so many, we'll call them journalists, tech bloggers, who have no idea how to take Android Auto screenshots. It's like really, really hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, like they hide it, like in the new
Yeah,
I
it's
think
more hidden
Android
than it used to
10.
be.
Android 10 is when they change this, where Auto's like not an app you have to install anymore. It's just in Play Services or something like that. So I had to go digging in the settings, but yeah. Also, I haven't tried capturing video yet. I don't know how easy that is.
Oh, actually, video's easy too.
Okay.
Yeah,
I didn't have to because it was just an app that like had like smart home control tiles. And I figured that was not worth the effort of it.
Now I will acknowledge video is confusing though. It's more confusing than it needs to be, but it's easy once you've figured out how to do it. Okay, and on the subject of where, dude, I will give you a script that I wrote. No.
For
it is
ADB.
It is going to make your heart drop how freaking awesome it is. Because it is very literally just don't get me wrong, this isn't the greatest experience in the world, but literally, yeah, it's just an ADB command. You've got to connect it to the watch, so we're talking wireless connection to the watch.
Yeah.
Which, okay, that's a minor annoyance, but once you see the commands to do this, it's really trivial. But then you just type a single command into terminal, hit enter, hit up to put that command back in terminal again, hit enter again. Each one gets you a new screenshot that is individually named. It's clean. I use this with phones all the time. I don't take screenshots using the screenshot buttons anymore. I haven't done it in years.
Yeah, I've done the ADB screenshots with Wear OS a couple times, especially because especially when I'm trying to get like ambient mode or something weird where the app doesn't want to play with it. But yeah, like usually if I'm doing like a review or something, like the amount of time to get wireless ADB set up and the amount of time to rename all my pictures as I'm taking them it's probably about the same for the number of screenshots I'm taking. But yeah, like if I was like trying to write about apps on Wear OS, I might do that. Also, if like when I was doing this, I didn't have like a new watch every time that I had to reauthorize.
Yeah, trust me, the script makes it a million times better. It is so much the better solution.
I don't get why, again, like the Wear OS app I don't think has changed ever. Like it's never gotten like an overhaul or anything.
It did once.
They've added like a couple menus to it, but like everything's still in the same place. Which like I mean like it doesn't really like need an overhaul, and I hate when apps get redesigned just for the sake of getting redesigned. But like there's a couple of things they could change.
Yeah. Seriously, I'm looking through a couple of different sites, just checking out of curiosity. None of them have screenshots from the Android Auto interface. It's always photos. This is honestly funny to me.
We're part of the elite.
Well, it's more that what gets me about this, you know that the writers of these sites at least occasionally see what other people are doing, and they're not taking the time to just do a Google search to learn how to do this basic thing. In fact, more than a few times, I could name names of a few sites, but just as easily I could say pretty much all of them do this. They just steal the screenshot straight off of AP. Like, I can't count how many times
We've
I've
got
taken
the
screenshots.
best screenshots in the business, Cody.
Oh yeah, we do. At least I try. Anyway, but
I leave all my notifications in the status bar always.
See, I always clean mine. I hated screenshots with a bunch of notifications.
I do if I remember, but if I don't remember and I already took it, yeah.
Well, and just to be clear, when I say I hate that, it's not that I hate seeing screenshots. It's that I hate posting screenshots with a bunch of notifications. And it stems back to, and I know that this is kind of stupid, but it stems from this time way, way long ago when...
Okay, I'm sorry for interrupting you, but I just found a photo of my car on Sam Mobile.
Nice.
because they wrote about the...
Yeah, Cecil Donna spotted that too.
Oh, and they have all my screenshots, and the only credit is just the source at the bottom.
Yep, they love. Well, Sam Mobile's notorious for this, but there are a few others that are too.
And for all the times I've linked to them in my security update roundup, for shame.
B-side of saying hide the status and navigate bar.
That sounds like work.
I'm not even sure what that's in reference to, but yeah. Anyway, the incident years and years ago. I was posting screenshots from an HTC One, I think, or maybe it was the M9, but probably the One. And that had a bunch of I had a couple notifications in the notification bar. Not that the notifications were showing, it was just their indicator icons. Plus, of course, there's all those terrible status icons that HTC would leave on the screens. So you had one for NFC, you had it for Bluetooth, for Wi-Fi, for literally like everything that was turned on, you had a status icon. It ate up the entire top of the bar practically. Anyway, I got just wrecked by the commenters. That's all anyone could focus on is, oh my god, there's notifications and the status bar is so packed full of garbage and all this other stuff. And it's like, okay, fine. And this happened like 3 or 4 articles in a row, and it's like, okay, screw this. I'm just gonna Photoshop this crap out. It's not worth it listening to you guys be dicks about this.
You should have photoshopped in more status icons. Like have them like overflowing onto the clock.
I have actually tweaked and played with screenshots a few times in goofy ways just to screw with people. But yeah, generally speaking, I wish I had a list of all of the like all of the assorted Easter eggs that I've hidden in articles, because I've done a bunch. I've done so many random Easter eggs, and I know most people don't spot all of them. Or rather, I'm sure some of them have just never been spotted, like plain and simple. Oh, okay. Beside him showing the for screenshots and screen recorder, there's a toggle for hiding status and nav bars. I don't think that's anywhere but Samsung.
Does Samsung even have that? I haven't seen that.
Well, I'm pretty sure the screenshot that he shared to RambleCast, I would assume that's a Samsung device. I could be wrong.
Recorder. Oh, yeah, it is an option. Okay, that's kind of interesting.
But yeah, I don't think that's even an option.
Oh, see, I just you know how I was talking about how I have to change like 15 things on every new Samsung device. I just found another thing I have to change every time, which is changing the screenshots back to PNG format.
Oh yes,
I hate everyone who does this.
But that's only a Samsung issue.
It's not. OnePlus does this.
Oh, OnePlus too?
Yeah. Last I checked,
Criminal.
JPEGs were default, and I don't even know if there's an option on OnePlus to change it back. Hold on, I gotta do this in Firefox because Edge keeps wanting to use Bing, and that's not gonna help me.
Yeah, as far as I can tell, you can't. At least on Pixel phones, you don't have an option to make your
No, it's just
nav bars.
PNG. That's not something.
No,
that's
not
in
that.
Oh, okay.
The nav bar thing. I think that's only for Samsung. Or, well, OEMs that have implemented it, I should say. That being said, I typically don't want to hide that stuff because a lot of times it actually would it factor into the screenshot.
Yeah. That's a nice feature, though. Again, that's like a nice option. That's good.
Oh, B-slide him. Oh, no. That's no. He says if you move your settings from device to device, you shouldn't have to change anything. That is not how moving settings... that's how... No. Migrating apps does not work that well. Migrating from phone to phone. It's such a great idea. I wish it worked. But man...
It always causes weird stuff to happen.
Yes.
Because like there are the apps that are absolutely not built to suddenly have everything about their environment changed, and they don't handle it well.
Yeah, and it's not just apps, system settings even. I can't count how many times I've tried using migration and put stuff onto a new phone, and oh my god, everything gets wrecked.
Do you know how much I would like to use that option with the phones I get to review? How many hours that would save me? But I can't use it because then if something breaks, I can't be like, is it the phone or is it the fact that I copied Twitter from one phone to the other?
Yep.
It could be both.
Yeah, and granted, this is if you're I guess, sorry for putting it this way, but I guess we'll say if you're a civilian, like I said, sorry for putting it that way. I don't mean it as derogatory as it probably comes across.
If you're a dumbass.
But no, if you're kind of in the civilian territory where you upgrade your phone, you're only using one phone, then in a lot of ways it makes sense, because if you experience a problem, you can usually just kind of screw around with it a little bit, reset, not necessarily reset an app, but like toggle a few things on and off, and eventually it'll just kind of start working right. But man, if you have to determine if a phone is working well, if you need to try things out and you've only got a couple weeks to determine if things are okay, and it turns out that because you migrated an app and it's chewing up your battery life for some weird reason, like that sort of thing, you don't have time to goof around and get it wrong. You have to actually do it right the first time.
And this isn't even one of those things that's like a blogger problem. This is a like no one wants to finish setting up their phone and logging into everything, and then there's some weird issue that they can't pinpoint because like there's not like an obvious fail. Like Android doesn't tell you like, oh yeah, the reason why this app keeps crashing, it's because you copied the apps. It doesn't work like that.
No, God, if only.
That'd be the best error message to write though. Like, this broke because of us. We're sorry. Please reset your phone.
Man, if Android could even just go so far as to say, oh, you dirty flashed this update, yeah, that's your bad. But yeah, I can't count how many times, because I used to run into this even just for various modder situations or like rooting situations where I would need to have a semi-fresh setup of the OS just to test some weird thing that would only happen in certain scenarios. Every time that I tried doing restorations, it all just went haywire. There was always something I'd spot that was not that reliable. And I know you're saying you use Samsung backup, not Google's. Dude, remember, I used HTC phones, I've used Samsung phones, I've used all of it. Well, okay, it's just only those three. But
yeah.
But no, I've never found one that didn't have some sort of issues that would crop up. And again, you wouldn't necessarily notice them, but they'd be there.
Yeah.
It's kind of like people who I remember this I'm sure has completely gone away by now, but I remember people used to people obviously still do registry hacks in Windows. But I remember for a while it had kind of caught on to do kind of like a copy paste sort of solution, like a registry backup thing that would somehow these apps knew what to look for. That was like, here's the stuff that the apps changed, we don't grab that, but we do look for all the other stuff that people have changed, and we copy those and we can paste those into your new system or your new setup. Oh my god, the worst idea anyone could have.
I don't even know that much about how Windows works, but that just fills me with such anxiety.
Oh yeah, that was the stupidest thing, and I can't count how many times people use those things, and it's like, oh yeah, my computer doesn't boot up since I did this. Well, I'll just wipe it and set it up again, and it's like, yeah, you do that, jackass.
You know what that's like? That's like if you like move houses, but you try to keep your floor layout exactly the same.
I would compare it to moving houses, but actually keeping your floor.
Yeah.
You're like, literally ripping
why won't
up
my floor fit in this completely different house?
Yeah, you're literally ripping up your floor and just trying to put it back down in a new house. Yeah, no. Registry hacks were barely usable even when they were just done on a computer, like specifically as you needed them. But no, again, migration works typically okay for like if you're using one phone and you're just going from one phone to the next over time, and you can possibly diagnose or knock out specific issues, but it doesn't work on the long scale, and especially if you're not bouncing device to device to device back and forth.
Yeah,
it gets so risky and weird.
That reminds me of a couple of days ago, I had like the most frustration I think I've ever had writing software in at least like the past year. And it was trying to fix an issue with my ADB and Fastboot installer, which is written in Bash script. So yeah. And I tried to support Linux, Mac, Bash on Windows 10, and Chrome OS, and it works fine. But one issue I discussed, like this has always been an issue, but I only discovered it like maybe a couple months ago, was that it wasn't adding the folder with all of the executables in it to the system path properly in a lot of cases, because whereas Linux makes, when you have Bash on Linux, which is most Linux distros, it already has the file where it defines everything. So I just had to add the line to that existing file and it's fine. But I discovered that since Apple switched to Z Shell on macOS, which is a couple of years ago, I think, that file's not there by default. So Nexus Tools had essentially been partially broken on Mac for that entire time, which is great. That made me feel great. So I had to add code to make that file if it didn't exist. And that was fine. And then a couple other things showed up that I realized were broken, and I tried to fix those. And then someone joined the Discord I have for like reporting bugs and stuff, and they're like, oh, my Nexus Tools doesn't work on my Mac, and I'm like, oh no, what's wrong now? And it's because Apple was doing something weird where it was injecting a message into the terminal at every startup that was like, the default shell is now Z shell, change your settings in your account. And it was like, that was being parsed by the tool as like what shell you're using. Like, instead of like, and when I tried to call the name of the shell, which would be like /bin bash or /bin z shell, I got like this multi-line message about shell being changed, and that's what was partially breaking. I was like, I can't deal with this anymore, man.
Yeah.
I'm really close to just rewriting that in Python and then just telling people, if you want to install this, just install Python first and then run my thing, because like at least that's like kind of runs the same on everything.
As long as they have the right version of Python, which they don't.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, I don't know how that works on Apple, but no. So that was like the same thing with the registry, where it's like, this is not built to be portable. Like that, no. That's exactly what Bash scripting is. Like, this was not meant to be used in this way.
No, and I'll tell you, believe me, I've been very frustrated several times by Apple's decision to switch to Z Shell. Don't get me wrong, I've looked into it and I get why they made the switch. It was actually a very smart choice. I forget the reasons now. It's been so long since I looked into it, but I do remember.
I think it was like Bash changed their licensing at some point, and so Apple couldn't. I don't think like they couldn't include newer versions of Bash in macOS after a while, unless they like released their code, or it was some GPL thing, I think.
Well, I think that was the motivating move, but
yeah,
there was some specific reason why they were already apparently looking at going to Z shells, totally separate from licensing issues. I don't remember what it is now. I read this really long thing that was like, here are the advantages of Z shell, and here's why Apple really wanted to go there. But yeah, I don't remember what it is now. Anyway,
yeah. Well, actually, I realize now I didn't even get to like what broke me that day. Was I was trying to debug this for forever, and like I kept running test scripts on my mom's MacBook, which has a new version of macOS with Z shell and everything, and like I would check the variable for the current Z shell version in the terminal. So I was like, that's how I can detect Z shell, right? Is that if this variable is defined that says Z shell version, then surely they must be running Z shell. And so I'd run in the terminal and it'd give me the version, and then I'd run in the script and it would be blank. And I'm like, this makes what's going on? And then it turns out Apple was still using Bash to run scripts within Z shell. And I've never come closer to just quit giving up on everything with computers. I was so frustrated. So like, I think I fixed it, but I don't really know. I don't care at this point.
Yeah, and there's no denying Apple's got to make changes like this a little less jarring. But hey,
like again, like I get like my use case is like not even close to what any of this was designed for, but it still drove me crazy.
I'd say it still fits into what it's designed for category. That's a pretty broad thing. But still,
I guess I get why it wants to run scripts in Bash, because like those are probably being written for Bash. I don't like Z shell's not like 100% compatible with that, but it's like like I was just trying to like something that's so simple in like almost every other context. Like it was like trying to write an application to check what operating system you were using, and if you were on Android, it kept telling you it was Windows. Like that's that's the frustration. Like just tell me what you're using, please.
Yeah. Okay, so total non sequitur, totally not important, but The Verge, I just saw the greatest headline. I don't know if you're watching stream, but I'll paste the link into chat too.
Okay.
Actually, I'll paste it into the Discord. By the way, if anyone's not a member of the Discord and you're listening right now, link down in description. You can come join the Discord.
That is a good head.
Yeah. Cyberpunk 2077 bans unauthorized Keanu Reeves sex. I'm just going to say, nobody should be raping Keanu Reeves. If it's not authorized, it is rape. No means no, people. Just wanted to say that.
Following a fan mod that allowed players to have sex with Reeves' character, Johnny Silverhand, the developer told PC Gamer that user-generated content cannot be harmful towards others. It can be perceived as such by the people who lent us their appearance. Okay, so they're confused that Keanu Reeves is going to call them up and be like, why do I see a YouTube video of me doing something?
In a very obviously in a 3D generated rendered thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Which, hey, I mean, I get it. That is, and they show him in not states of undress per se, but you know, they have him already in a potentially.
This is kind of like a weird consequence of like this new era of we're putting people's exact likeness in video games.
Yeah.
Like this is definitely a thing that like we weren't doing generally until like a couple years ago. Like it happened like a couple times,
yeah,
but then like especially back then, like it was much harder to get a photorealistic face.
Yeah.
Or model. So like if it was like the 90s, like, oh, good job, you made like someone with 7 polygons. It looks exactly like them. But yeah, no, this is funny. Like the first one I remember was that Call of Duty game that had Kevin Spacey, like actual Kevin Spacey in it.
Right.
I think that was like 2013. I don't even know what that was like. Whatever. I think that was Advanced Warfare.
Oh wait. Okay. Now, obviously, we're not talking photorealistic here, but one of the red alerts used a known actor.
Oh yeah. That was
a really long time ago.
But that was not like recreated in 3D, right? Those were like cutscenes.
Yeah, it was just cutscenes.
Yeah, that's happened. Yeah.
That's the first time I remember seeing a actual actor appearing in a video game as, with their own face. Even if not 3D rendered, it was still, sort of significant.
Yeah, it is funny. So now that's a little bit of a different conversation than like when GTA San Andreas came out and someone found the unfinished source code for the sex scene. It's like, well, now it's a little bit different because we made this person look exactly like a real life person. So now it's like, is this in the same category as like a deep fake? I don't. It's kind of interesting.
No, to me, I still don't feel like it's a deep fake if it's just an obviously 3D rendered thing.
Yeah. Like no one's gonna like look at this like whatever video there's of this mod and be like, oh, I can't believe Keanu Reeves did that. That's terrible.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, not only that, but like you said, you said photorealistic, and obviously, this is nowhere near. Nothing about Cyberpunk is photorealistic at all. But
I saw those Xbox One screen recordings of the game. It looked like a PS1 game.
Oh God. Well, and also, I guess the one angle that I could see people being concerned with is the notion that maybe, just maybe, CD Projekt Red and Keanu Reeves had gotten him to do some stuff for a sex scene, and they just never released it. That could be the implication there. And I can see why they might be concerned with that. But
yeah, well, it was, especially with the past being what it is with GTA.
Well,
so,
that plus
that happened with one of Bethesda's games too.
Right.
But I think it was Oblivion, where like there was like a model for like a nude character, and they found it and they had to re-release the game without that model. I think something like that happened.
Okay, so the angle or the thing that strikes me about this is I can see why it matters almost mostly because we're talking about Keanu Reeves. But, keep in mind, we're talking about one of the few people, and he's literally the guy who started this. When he takes pictures with fans, like, he makes very clear his hands are visible in the pictures so that, people know he's not touching his fans inappropriately.
Right.
Like, he's the, I guess, the closest we have to a pillar of virtue in Hollywood. Which,
well, him and Tom Hanks, right? Unless Tom Hanks has done something I'm not aware of.
Tom Hanks just annoys me. That's all. Tom Hanks. Okay, I know I've said this before, and I'm gonna keep it quick because I know some people are probably curious why I find him annoying, but it comes down to this. It's just a thing only I care about. But I loved him in comedies, and then he just completely shunned comedies to chase awards. That's what has bugged me about Tom Hanks for years. I'm not a fan of awards chasers, which is where I also kind of fell down.
No,
on.
I get that a lot. Yeah, I get that because a lot of the movies, like the movies where you can very obviously tell it was positioned as an award, like every musical movie ever, like they can be a little not great to watch.
Yeah. B-Side mentions the only Tom Hanks movie he hates is Big. I actually agree. I don't think Big was a good movie. And especially watch the honest trailer for Big. If that movie hasn't been ruined for you yet, it'll get ruined. And if you already hate it, oh god, it's like gold. Keep in mind, it is a movie where an older woman is seducing a kid in an adult man's body. Gets real creepy all of a sudden. Anyway.
Okay, so I want to correct the record. I was completely talking out of my ass about Bethesda. Okay. What actually happened was that when they released the Elder Scrolls Oblivion, it was rated as T when it came out, but then the ESRB got pissed because apparently some stuff was added that wouldn't fly with the T rating. I think pretty much just violence. It was blood and gore. So Bethesda had to pull the game from shelves and put it back up with the M rating, and so now it's pretty rare to have a copy of this game with a T rating.
Got it.
Okay. Yeah, I was mixing things up.
Yeah, that makes sense. But anyway. Anyway, I can see why Keanu Reeves, who is sometimes referred to as the internet's boyfriend, I can see why he might be concerned. And this article doesn't mention he's concerned, not that I see. But I could see why he and a few other people might be kind of like, yeah, we don't want it to look like he signed off on doing a I'm assuming like a nude sex scene or something that may not be necessarily appropriate.
Yeah. My food is about to get here, but before I go, you finished Cyberpunk, right?
Yes.
Okay. What is, outside of technical issues, like we're just ignoring, like, now I know even Stadia was like fine, but I mean like just ignoring everything about how poorly the launch was and all that other stuff, like did you enjoy it? Is it a good game?
Okay, so I'll break it up into a couple of fairly quick separate points. One, in terms of like combat and stuff like that, I found it pretty fun. I mean, it is moderately repetitive, but what game isn't?
Especially open world games.
Yep, exactly what I was gonna say. Open world games in particular, you learn a fight style, you learn how to play it, and you're just gonna keep using the exact same tools. But yeah, it's generally pretty fun, especially once you get more powerful stuff on your side. So yeah, that part is pretty good. Having quick hacks and being able to kind of merge quick hacks in with the gunfights and stuff like that, even better. I think melee fights, kind of lame. Super boring, in fact. Storyline. All of the storyline leading up to the end, and I'm going to say something about the end in a second, but all the storyline leading up to the end, I was a little more into the side quests than the actual straight story, but even the straight story is pretty decent. I think I've played better, but that's not the issue. The ending itself, God, the ending, I haven't played Final Fantasy 15, but I can't help but wonder if this is how people felt when they finished that before the like DLC or like the extra part of 15 came out like 6 months later, because it's so anticlimactic, at least the ending I got. And that might be part of the issue, because there's, I think, 7 different endings.
Oh, okay.
So I think I might have gotten the worst ending.
Okay. So it's like Fallout. Okay.
Possibly. Yeah.
All the Fallout games have like multiple endings depending on what faction you go with, or
yeah,
like
and
what you do in the game.
This one has multiple choices that you can take. Not very many, but I mean it branches off pretty easily. But still, yeah, that set of endings, I'm wondering if I just got like the absolute worst one, because it's not terrible, it's just there's not much to it. It felt empty.
Okay.
Let's see. I dug the relationship story that they had with Panam. This chick who is off, she's part of like a desert tribe or gang or whatever. That was a pretty fun storyline. Their storylines and side quests in the game are pretty good. Let's see. Bugginess. I was playing on Stadia, and honestly, it was pretty... yeah, there were bugs, but so few of them mattered. And so much so... I mean, you and I are in the gaming channel on the AP Slack. Dude, they posted so many bugs in there that I've never had anything like that. I've had bugs.
I was asking because like I like sci-fi stuff, so I'm thinking I will buy this game in like a year or two.
Oh yeah.
Once everything's fixed, or
well,
probably longer, honestly, because like I also want to play more of the older Fallouts again, and those are like hundreds of hours each, so
yeah,
I don't need to buy anything else for a little while.
Yeah, for anyone, I mean, I wanted to get it because to some extent I figured, yeah, I'll get in on the trendy new thing just because, like, for the fun of actually doing something when it comes out. I don't do that very often.
Yeah. That is definitely fun when like you feel like it's almost like a multiplayer game, even if it's not. Yeah. Like I did that with Animal Crossing, where like it's not like I didn't use the multiplayer a lot, and it's not like a massive online world or anything. Like it is fun, like everyone like discovering the game with you. That's something you don't really get like with me, where I'm like 7 years after it came out. It's like, oh wow, this Fallout New Vegas game sure is dandy. Like I want, or like when I'm playing like BioShock again, like 12 years after it came out, like, oh, that was fun. Who wants to talk about BioShock? Oh, there's like 7 people on the subreddit.
Yep. Yeah, and that is definitely part of it. Like I've had so many conversations in the AP Slack about Cyberpunk with other people who are currently playing it, and that's not something that would happen if like, yeah, well, you use BioShock. If I finally ever get around to playing BioShock, that's 100% gonna be the same story. No one's gonna want to talk to me.
You could talk to me about
it. Yeah. As you're gonna be sitting there like, oh yeah, but just wait till you get to the next chapter, then you'll know why it's funny that such and such thing happened. And yeah. So yeah, for once I wanted to do something and not be kind of like laid to it. That being said, yeah, seriously, I would just wait till I don't know if they'll do necessarily like a game of the year of it. I assume they will, but I would wait until they
whenever they
release a
put
DLC.
like all the packs on Steam for 50% off or whatever.
Yeah, I'm sure at some point they'll do something that's like, here's the DLC plus the main game, all for a really good cheap deal. Definitely get it at that point, because it'll be really, really good. And honestly, I think the DLC is what I'm looking forward to most, not just because that's, new content, but I think the opportunities and ways that they can branch out on this game are huge. Plus, I don't know. The other thing I'm kind of looking forward to, and I know this is looking really, really far forward, but I'm kind of looking forward to a like Cyberpunk 2, because I think they will make it, and if they do, I think they will add multiplayer for real. There have been weird little mentions and rumors that they might be toying with doing a multiplayer for this, but I'm thinking that they have to do kind of a GTA style multiplayer where it's everybody, like everyone can go in and do group missions together. And this game would be so much fun with group missions.
Yeah, that is the one thing that I was like spoiled by playing Borderlands 2 and 3.
Yeah,
is that like they nailed like having the same game experience.
Well, especially in 3,
like,
from what I've heard.
Yeah, and then I went to I tried to get Zach and Jules to play Fallout with me, and then we quickly discovered like, oh, progress does not sync at all. It's like, oh wow, this kind of sucks. I've been spoiled a little bit.
Yeah. No, Borderlands just nails multiplayer.
There was a funny Gus Johnson video about playing games like after everyone had already played them, and I can't find it, and it's bugging me.
That keyboard, man.
Oh, here we go. Okay, I found it, so you can watch this whenever it's funny. There's the channel. Okay. All right. My food will be here very shortly, so I'm gonna go now.
All right. Well, I will chat with you later. We'll get up to some no good.
All right. Goodbye, everyone.
All right, man. Take it easy. All right, and let's get onto the right view here. Yay! Corbin here till almost 8 p.m. What is this sorcery? I know, right? And Cecil on had said the next gen graphics feel could have definitely been improved. To this day, I'm still so confused. In Cyberpunk, they just kept saying that they're doing something new that no one had ever tried to do, or that on a scale no one had ever tried for before. I still have no idea what that is. It doesn't seem to be storyline. It doesn't seem to be graphics. It doesn't seem to be any of these things. I don't understand what it is that Cyberpunk 2077 was supposedly like breaking new ground with. But there we go. Curvy Mermaid Borderlands playthrough. I mean, I have been playing Borderlands. Let's see. The hype, yeah. The hype is the thing that Cyberpunk was definitely doing bigger than anyone had in the past. That was, my God, the amount of hype was just unreal. Not to say it was bad. It's, again, it's a good game, but so much of what they hyped up was not what I think they had intended. And so they definitely did earn some of the internet hate. Also, releasing a game that can't run on 2 of the systems you release it to, that's usually not a good look either. Anyway, so Let's see. We've exhausted the Apple shell script thing. I'm quickly looking through and finding the different topics that hadn't been broached yet. Also, fixing my screen capture a little bit to fit the window properly. One of these days I will find a better way of doing this. Yeah, I was just looking at the new Tesla thing right now. So yeah, that's this tab. Curvy, you're upset you bought a Tesla now. So I gotta say that just from this picture, I'm surprised the Tesla looks as much like an average car as it does. I kind of figured that if they were gonna shoot for something, okay, let me ask, just to be sure I'm not just being tricked by The Verge using the wrong hero or something. Is this the new design that's being shown off in this picture? Oh, and yeah, I actually have that other link already open. So I was going to come back to that in a moment. But yeah, I figured we'd look at the redesign first. But yeah, this feels to me kind of like a little bit more of a common car. It resembles what I feel like if you buy most cars today, you're getting something that's going to look not that different than this. Even down to the screen, which again mysteriously has, or well, not again, but mysteriously, apparently you'll be able to play The Witcher on this, which, why? Oh, you don't know about the steering wheel? I mean, it's sort of, oh, let's go back to this shot. To me, it's sort of a comfort version of a racing wheel. And I agree. I'm not sure how accessible those buttons are because, like, you can see the steering wheel seems very projected, I guess, and the buttons look really far in. So I feel like you might need very long thumbs to make use of those buttons very well. Go to the later shot. Okay. Yeah, we'll do that. That frames. There we go. Framing. Yeah, I guess it's not as projected in this image. The lighting is a little different. Yeah, okay, so I'm not automatically a fan of this, but I don't have anything against rectangular steering wheels. Oh wait, they made the turn signals buttons? Okay, no. That's not okay. That sucks. That's really weird. I don't know, maybe it's actually good, but I'm not into the I'm not into using buttons for turn signals. That's I don't know. Maybe if I used it, I'd change my mind, but I feel like that's one of those decisions that was not made with good thinking in mind. That might just be being different to be different. Austin, you thought autopilot was supposed to be a thing by now. I know that's sarcasm, but yeah, I gotta admit, I kind of thought that. I kind of was hoping that by now we might start seeing cars that legitimately you could just tell them where to go, and maybe they would be maybe they would have to be very cautious about certain stuff, and certain turns might not be accepted. But I kind of wish we were at that point where they could do that. That would have been a lot better. Austin, Tesla isn't great at car cabin design. Yeah, I've heard that before. It's just Waymo in 2 states. Yeah. But man, I'll tell you, I can't wait until we have legitimate, genuine self-driving cars. I want that so much. I like the idea that if someone is too tired to drive, that they can just put the car into automatic mode, and I want people to be able to just sleep while their car takes them someplace. More than that, I want people who are going out at night, that are going to a bar, I want them to be able to get in their car and just say, take me home. And it does it. Because you will end drunk driving incidents this way. I mean, sure, cops are going to have to find a new thing to screw people over on and steal money from the American public, but I want to see drunk driving accidents go away. I want to see drunk driving in general stop being an issue. I want to be able to hop in my car, turn on my laptop, and do work for the half-hour drive that I have going from home to the nearest thing that resembles a town. You know, these are changes that would be pretty life-changing for a lot of people. I want self-driving cars so badly. Cecil Donnie, you think it'll only happen once almost all cars on the road have self-driving capabilities? That's the thing that I've kind of felt too. It may not be a necessity, but I wouldn't be surprised if... Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if it becomes kind of an opt-in situation. It may not just be about the cars themselves having self-driving capabilities, but actually being on a road that enables it. Like, honestly, self-driving capabilities sound good, but the reality is, if you can put up like some beacons along roads that kind of indicate extra information to cars, that would go so much further than what cars have to do with cameras. A car can accomplish quite a bit using a camera, but it's not going to be perfect ever. So adding extra information from the roads would solve so much stuff, and I could easily see that becoming a thing. And this is setting aside possible security issues, dangers of like spoofed beacons. I'm not going to get into that stuff, but you know, I would love the idea of being able to entrust the car to the road, that it's going to be safe and reliable. And I want to reclaim all that time. That's so much of it. I want to reclaim that time. And you know, I also think about all the various things that people do that typically cause accidents. Texting and driving. Obviously, you know, a bad situation, that's negligence, but also the exact same thing but in a different form. Parents with kids. I mean, I have been in the car a couple of times with parents when they're driving along and they practically turn around to yell at their kids in the back seat, and it's like, whoa, no. Like, if you're gonna keep doing that, let me the fuck out of the car. I don't want to be in here when you rear end a semi because you're staring at your kids and yelling at them. So yeah, like, my dream is self-driving cars. Let's see. Austin said it'll happen, but I don't think Tesla made the right decision by using just cameras. LiDAR is clearly where it's at. Yeah. LiDAR, and again, I think putting putting broadcasting beacons on the road or various other things that can be used by sensors, giving roads the ability to tell the car more about themselves. I think that'll be a big factor in really improving the actual experience and the reliability. Let's see, Austin. Once self-driving picks up, manual driving insurance is going to be insanely expensive, and self-driving insurance will be cheap. Someday, yeah. But I think we're going to see the exact opposite of that first. I think self-driving cars are actually going to be treated as really expensive because the recommendation that we're going to see for, I want to say 10 years, but I think it'll be less than that. But I think the recommendation we're going to see is that if you're driving a self-driving car, or a car that has that capability, I think if you're driving one of those, we're going to see a lot of the warnings that you still need to always be watching your car and always paying attention. And insurance companies are going to see that and say, well, we know people aren't actually doing that, and since we can't prove it, we're just going to charge everybody more. And I think that's what's going to, I think we're going to see that happen for about 4 or 5 years, maybe longer. And at least until the statistics come in and show whether they're more dangerous, whether accidents occur more commonly. And if it turns out that the insurance companies are obviously getting way lower accident rates, and even when there are accidents, maybe they're less dangerous. If we see that sort of thing happening with self-driving cars, then the insurance companies will be like, okay, we're good with this. We want everyone on these cars now. And at that point, like, it might actually be cheaper just because of insurance to buy a self-driving car. And I'd be totally good with that. I hope that happens. But we'll see. There's so much we don't know about that. There's so little way to predict how it's going to go. But I'd love to see it. Let's see. Okay. I know it's a small thing, but as I was skimming through this, I just saw. But the tune started to change once Tesla started testing out a new powertrain in 2019 dubbed Plaid, which, much like the ludicrous acceleration mode in Tesla's cars, is a Spaceballs reference. Hell yeah. Refresh the page. Did it literally just change or something? Ah, so they did. More pictures. Lots more pictures from the look of it. Okay, so I think these are all the same, yeah. There we go. This bundle wasn't reloading properly at first. Oh, hey, and my... Okay, I'm going to fix that webcam issue real quick, too, because I didn't realize... There we go. It looks a little more like it. Okay, but... Yeah, that is a great looking car. I mean, again, it looks less like what I think of as Tesla. It looks a little more modern and sort of instead of futuristic, which I'm not complaining about. I like that. I would like... Actually, this looks completely normal. Like, if I saw this, I would... this rear end, I would not be thinking Tesla at all. Phone charging station. Yeah, God, if I saw this, my first thought is like Kia. Which actually may not be a good thing. But yeah, I mean, it looks good. I'd be down for having one of these. I just wish that I wish electric cars were a little bit more of a thing in this part of the state. There are charging stations. It's not like you'd be stranded anywhere you go, but they're not common enough. I live in the one pocket of the West Coast where science, technology, and Democrats are scary to people. And with that, naturally, so are electric cars. Let's see. And also, just because it's in here, they apparently, you'll be able to play Witcher 3 on a gaming rig that is built into the car. Kia has a pretty good designer that came from Audi. That's interesting. I mean, I don't follow cars that closely, so you know, I'm not super super aware of it, but yeah, just like I said, when I see this design for the Tesla, I don't know why, but immediately Kia jumps to mind. 2025 is a year for electric cars to match regular gas guzzlers. Yeah, that sounds about right. I would expect, honestly, I would expect by 2025 even I will be looking for an electric car, not just because of price, but I think by then we're going to see the rollout of charging stations is going to become pretty common. And I think we're going to see a better strategy for possible power distribution and getting products into people's hands. And like places like where I live, I think are going to be more accessible in that way. That being said, I would love to, because okay, so here's an issue I actually have right now. If I'm gonna start my car, I have to jump it right now, because I'm not driving it for like 3 weeks at a time, 2-3 weeks at a time. And so every time I try to go out to my car to do anything, which by the way has made it's made testing anything in Android Auto an absolute disaster. But yeah, if I try to go out and do anything at all, I have to jump my car. It really, really sucks. It's super not ideal, but it is the current issue. But yeah, anyway, I know current Teslas have some games. Is it because of the cold weather? No, the issue, this was a problem during the summer too. The issue is that the battery is just old enough that like it doesn't hold a super long-term charge. Plus it has the little like trickle down things. It is a car that has a wireless signal for the keys. It has the little dumb red blinking light that's supposed to trick people into thinking there's a real anti-theft device, so on and so forth. Like it is that sort of stuff. So it trickles down battery power, and if I'm pretty sure it would hold charge for 2 weeks, but I think at 3 weeks of just sitting there with nothing else happening, about that time it seems to drain completely. And at which point I have to jump it to get it started. So yeah, that's not ideal, but I'm not driving it enough, so that's what's happening. But because of that, I would love to, I'd kind of love to have a Tesla, because it would have to be charging anyway. it would be connected to a power outlet, and I'd need to keep a battery moderately full. So if it's not being driven, it won't really matter that I would need to jump it. Yeah, anyway, so let's see. Is there anything actually that's special about the Witcher thing? Because I know existing Teslas, they already have the ability to play games, and they have controllers for doing it on existing Teslas, even before this. So let's see. Okay, and nice reference here with the tosses coin bit. Anyone who hasn't seen the Witcher TV show, you should. Let's see. Here are a number of things we still don't know. Oh, they still don't even know if it's actually coming to Tesla. What is this? Tesla announced company claims the car can now compete with next-gen gaming consoles. Assuming the GPU performance isn't exaggerated. Part of me is wondering if they're... I mean, look, okay. So these photos obviously have The Witcher showing, which is an implication that it's going to be there. But I'm wondering if... Did they write this article without any other information to support The Witcher is going to be there? Because this sure as hell makes it seem like they're just saying outright, we don't actually know. We're just going off of what's in a couple of promo pictures. And they say they asked CD Projekt Red. I'm assuming that they actually tried asking maybe Tesla too. But this isn't journalism if you're basing it just off of a picture. Like, this is lazy and bad. But maybe they do have something else and we just don't know. Sorry, I'm not trying to crack on The Verge, but after the last week or so of it, like this, the A7S3 post that I pointed to that was actually from like 5 or 6 months ago, and a few other things. Just in the last week, I've had so many little spots that have made me feel like The Verge is not doing the work they used to. Yeah, anyway, the rest of this stuff is all just whatever. Let's see, comments. Austin didn't like the Netflix show. Yeah, I totally get why people wouldn't have liked the show. Here's the thing. Honestly, I don't think I would have either, if not for... I went over to a friend's place. I'd heard of the show, obviously, before this. I heard about it before the show had come out, but I had not seen it until I went over to a friend's place. She had it on, and she was actually showing it to a friend of hers. And as the two of them were watching this, the one who'd already seen it was like explaining stuff to her friend along the way, and I kind of picked up enough of those details and realized what I'd be getting into when I watched the show. And I think by knowing what to expect, the show is way better. Because it's almost... you know how in Game of Thrones, I don't know, maybe it wasn't this way for you, but with Game of Thrones, watching that in the very beginning, it was too many characters, too many weird plot lines, too many things happening. The first watch of Game of Thrones kind of sucks. At least season 1. If you watch season 1, then take a break and come back and watch it again in like 6 months, a year, or 2 years, whatever. As long as you kind of know what to expect and have some memory of season 1, it is 10 times better. And so I kind of get the impression The Witcher was the same way. You don't expect like the different timelines being sort of gelled together. You don't expect like how good or bad of a character Geralt is. You don't expect you don't necessarily expect what's her name? I am so trying to remember her name. The one that they're clearly mispronouncing on purpose. I'm just pulling it up because it won't be hard to find. Yennefer. Yeah, you do not expect the type of character Yennefer is. As it goes along, it starts making more sense, but she's a piece of work. Let's see. Anyway, see Saldana. Existing Teslas don't say anything about the teraflops. Yeah, that's true. Austin, yeah. Witcher timeline back and forth was weird. Yeah. To me, honestly, I think that was the biggest mistake they made. Not that the show can't be good because of it, but you don't if you don't know it's coming, it kind of ruins it at first. You need to know time travel is either happening or it's coming. And when you first watch the show, it's not time travel, but it's switching timelines. When you first watch it, the only clue you really have is that like some characters do or don't have scars, and some of them have, I think, long hair in one timeline at one point in the timeline and short hair in the other, and stuff like that. Those types of things you picked up on in the first episode, which made it worse. I was told about it, so I didn't have an opportunity to be surprised by it. But yeah, I got it. I felt like it made it better just to know that you were going to have to kind of pay attention, because they don't do any sort of like color grade. They don't color it in yellow or blur anything out. Like just to give it that dreamy feel. It was just like you need to watch who they're talking to in order to figure out what point in the timeline you're in. But yeah, anyway, see Saldana. There are no details besides the number of teraflops and the claim that they can compete with new consoles. To be fair though, Tesla can't just use The Witcher's promo image without asking CDPR. Technically there are actually ways that they could kind of make that okay, but they usually have to show a disclaimer. It doesn't matter though. Yeah, I tend to agree. They're not going to show that image unless they got permission in some way. The weird thing though, like if you're going to show that, I would have just shown gameplay. Like show a video of someone actually, like seriously, show a video of someone playing The Witcher. Like no holds barred, just get someone in there with a controller playing The Witcher. That would have been better than just showing it on screen. And let's see, they also have, I don't know which Fallout, I don't know the Fallout covers that well, but I see one of them is Fallout. There's Stardew Valley and there's Cuphead. So yeah, I would have just wanted to see someone actually playing. That makes their case a whole lot better than just showing a random photo with a like pre-rendered screen. or maybe not pre-rendered, but like a screen probably or possibly added in Photoshop. Yeah, okay. Got a notification for something that totally doesn't matter. Let's invest in the self-driving car porn streaming industry as soon as possible. I mean, I don't know if you mean that as a joke, but I'll just say this. Gonna be huge. Gonna be huge. And honestly, again, like, sad but true, I can almost guarantee that's going to become the new drunk driving charge. I mean, obviously not actually drunk driving, but I bet there are going to be so many people who just for no good reason just decide, you know what, no one's looking. I can just put it in self-driving mode and take care of myself on the way on this long drive. I guarantee there are going to be so many tickets for this. It's going to get that, I think, it's terrible, but I think that's going to be the thing. I guess that's just an indecent exposure. Something. But yeah, that it's going to happen. It's a dark, very real world right there. So let's see. Are there any other interesting angles on the Tesla thing? I'm not sure. I mean, we need clear windows with full self-driving mode, we may not need. I see. Or we don't need clear windows with full self-driving mode. Yeah, that's fair. Or just in general, you can get tinting on your windows that's not one way per se, but like you basically can see out of it, but no one else can see in. You can already do that. So it's not like people couldn't solve this, but you got to admit there's a lot of people who are just still going to have perfectly clear windows, and they're going to do some stupid things. And cops are going to see it, and cops are going to be like, yo, we want money off you. And yes, my opinions are not necessarily generous to law enforcement at all times. And I mean that in the sense of they are all too often used as a means of profiteering. Anyway, not important, but an observation. Let's see. So what other topics do we have? Or do we have other topics? Not that this is all that important, but I just had one of those obnoxious Amazon experiences that is also kind of one of those great Amazon experiences. I ordered one of my guilty, I guess, kind of guilty pleasures. Let's see. Have you guys heard of chocolate bark? I'll grab a link to this real quick and show you what I'm talking about. Where is... Here we go. Okay. No, come on. Give me the... There we go. Okay. Ghirardelli peppermint bark or chocolate bark, stuff like that. This is like... I can't explain what it is that they're doing, but they make the greatest tasting peppermint chocolate chip, or sorry, chocolate bars. they're, not the cheapest thing on the market, but they're not usually too bad. Anyway, I was watching for these to go on sale, and a few weeks back, probably about 3 weeks back, it went on a little price dive, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna order this. I'm not gonna go through it super fast or anything, but I'm gonna order this. It's 4 bars for I think $15, something like that. And good little experience. Anyway, I got the box a few days back, left it sitting in the closet. I opened it last night, and instead of 4 bars, there's just 1 in there. Go look back at the description, it says 4, and I check, and it's like kind of a suspicious seller, and it's like, yep, another seller trying to use an Amazon scam. So I filed for return, and Amazon did the automated, you know what, you just keep it, we're just refunding the money. And I'm like, yes. It's not like I'm trying to get a free chocolate bar out of anyone or anything, but it's such a... It pisses me off that there are scammers that go on Amazon and pull the whole, we're going to claim to sell you like a 4-pack of something, or, or we're going to claim that we're selling you this model or version of a product, and then they ship you something different. This irritates me. So I'm kind of happy to have... to take a little money back from one of those sellers. But anyway, so just a random little thing that I ran into last night. Let's see, what else is going on? Do we have something else going on? I don't know. Do we? Ideas, thoughts. What is plaguing people in the world today? I admit, we already ran out of the main topics that I was going to hit for today. Or did we? God, it kills me because there was something I know I wanted to talk about near the end of last week, and I need to get better at making notes for topics, because I had something in mind and it just completely... I completely lose this stuff if I don't write it down eventually. Oh, and then I see that thing that C. Saldana just posted into general chat. Firefox is discontinuing work on progressive web apps on desktop. Yeah, that's... I agree with his take on this. That's not surprising. Firefox has never really been... It doesn't seem like they care about this that much, but at the same time, it's also such a sad state of affairs that something that has been sort of heralded as one of the things we should expect to become a standard and a reliable standard. And Firefox is just like, yeah, we're just not doing this. Let's see. One of the recent features of the web is the ability for websites to be upgraded to standalone apps called progressive web apps. Unfortunately, it seems that Mozilla has discontinued the development of supporting progressive web apps on desktop versions of Firefox. Is it possible that Firefox is actually being run by Republicans and they're just afraid of the word progressive? Anyway, while part of the beauty of the web is that you can expect a fairly consistent experience across different browsers, each browser has its set of differences. For instance, Chrome and Chromium have put focus on efforts like Web Bluetooth that other browsers haven't adopted, while Firefox offers things like the privacy-protecting automatic Facebook container. Which, yay for that. The latest differentiator between Firefox and Chromium-based browsers by a Fast company is that Mozilla appears to be dropping a long-in-development feature called site-specific browsers, which never quite grew beyond experimental status. Effectively, Firefox's site-specific browsers allowed a site to open in a PWA-like window, but lacked things like add-ons. Yeah. And they're basically citing that they didn't get enough use from these things to make it worth it. That makes a lot of sense, honestly. Because the usability of a feature like that, it, like, by design, it's usually not any more usable. It's not adding functionality 9 times out of 10. But what it is doing is making you break from your operating system's like tab switching experience or window switching experience in ways that usually kind of suck. Firefox's announcement comes at a time where Chromium-based browsers like Edge have pushed toward making PWAs appear in the usual list used to uninstall manage apps on Windows. Yeah, I don't like that experience either. I know why it makes sense, but I feel like it should be a thing that happens in the browser. Anyway, let's see. Google is expanding their hardware HQ in Taiwan, so guess they're committed, but still skeptical. Okay, but what are they going to be working on? That would be my question. I'm assuming that their hardware headquarters in Taiwan probably actually doesn't have much to do with the Pixel. Maybe it does. And I'm just starting with the Pixel, but I'm going to go with a different angle on this in a second. But it's the topic we're typically the most interested in, I guess, or some of us. My thinking is that if they start, or I don't think they're going to be designing additional pixels with this per se. If they're going to be doing anything, I would sooner expect it's going to be related to expanding on Google Home or Nest. It said Nest, Pixel, and Chromecast, but I think that's just what the entire group does, not necessarily. They do 90% of the pixel engineering in Taiwan now. Okay. But what I'm getting at is I wouldn't be surprised if this doesn't lead to any additional pixels, but rather expands primarily on what Nest does. Because there's a lot of smart home sort of stuff Nest can do, and a lot of reason to build more hardware for that. I'm sure that they're going to do... I'm sure they'll do more stuff with the Chromecast, but probably not as much. So, yeah, I feel like if they're expanding in Taiwan, at the very most, Pixel and Chromecast are going to be relatively minor changes there. And in fact, they could just be relocating even more of that work to Taiwan. More than likely, though, I think this is just about them expanding Nest. Because, honestly, I suspect Nest makes some more money, too. And possibly more custom hardware. Yeah, that also would fit very, very well. Maybe we'll finally get Google's custom chip. That'd be a nice touch. Let's see, really quick. Oh, still on that screen. Where is it? Oh, I forgot to put one back in. Okay. All right, hold on just a moment. I will be right back. Maybe a very, very brief restroom run. So, 1 sec. We'll return shortly. All right. We are back. And what did just... Google Taiwan turns 15 with a new engineering hub. What is this going to say to us? Oops. Wait, how did I get on that screen? There we go. Oh, Alphabet shutting down Loon. That was gonna happen no matter what. It's a good idea. It's something that needed to exist, and but other companies came along and delivered it in their own ways. I think that was just it was a nice experiment, but ultimately wasn't gonna go anywhere. What would have been interesting, though, what would have been really interesting is if Loon ended up being a solution that was... bear with me, because I know that this sounds possibly kind of crazy. It would have been an interesting solution if Loon was used when they eventually end up on other planets. Like, for exploration purposes, that makes a lot of sense. In maybe not Mars, because Mars does not seem to have enough surface variance, but does Alphabet own 10% of SpaceX? I don't think I remember hearing about that, but maybe I did. Anyway, yeah, I could kind of see that being a good solution. Loon would have made sense for exploration of other planets. But I think at this stage we have enough satellite access on the Earth that that's not really much of an issue anymore. Huh. Oh yeah, that's right. They did invest. Okay. Yeah. Huh. Anyway, let's see, was this Google Taiwan post? This is current. Yep, this is from today. Today. Let's see. Open their first office in Taipei in 2006. With just one employee. Nice. Elon and Larry are buddies. Well, yeah. That fits. I mean, you can look very clearly at their... I think one of these days, I'm sure you guys have heard, like, Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, Steve Wozniak, and a few of those other guys. They all were at one time kind of friends. They knew each other and hung out. Yeah, I have a feeling one of these days we're going to start hearing the stories about some of, I guess you could say, Tech 2.0. We're going to hear stories about some of those guys and a little bit more about what they did. And it's going to be, I have a feeling that's going to be some pretty interesting tales. And I look forward to hearing the unquestionable, then there was that other guy, you know, the Larry Ellison of the group, who is the a-hole that nobody likes. It'll be real fun to find out who that is out of the Tech 2.0 group. But yeah, we'll see when that day comes. Where is new spaces for our teams to innovate in? We first share our plans to build a new engineering hub in New Taipei City, an emerging hub for innovation in 2019. Today, we're opening the new campus with its own hardware engineering facility, the first and biggest outside the US. This facility will enable our teams to collaborate, brainstorm, and experiment with hardware prototypes. The space will also be used to develop our hardware products, including Next devices. I think they meant Nest, Pixel phones, Chromecast, and more. Next devices. So yeah, this sounds so much like this sounds so much to me like Microsoft's R&D labs. Just immediately it sounds like the same way that Microsoft even described those labs when they built them. And you know, they were, when I say experimental and research in that case, it obviously wasn't like the Google's various like pirate programs or whatever. ATAP, that's what I was looking for. It obviously wasn't like that. It was more of a they were just trying out like different ways to design a mouse that would be interesting. They experimented with something kind of like Jacquard long before Jacquard happened. Microsoft did all kinds of crazy experiments, but none of them were really that crazy. They were just, how can we take the existing things and change them to be like way better? And a few of those things came out. Most of them didn't. Let's see. So, continued growth and expansion. They're going to build another building in the same compound in 2023 to accommodate future growth. Recruiting the next generation of tech talent. Building a more diverse workforce. Is that really going to be a big thing in Taiwan? And offering free technical courses for Taiwanese talent. Okay. So, well, that's good. An expansion is a good direction for sure. Let's see. Quickly closing up tabs here. We can leave that one open. In fact, I'll move it back over to this screen. And C. Saldana also posted, Google Apps won't have to show iOS allow tracking prompt. Guys, what's with all the 9 to 5 links? Google Apps will stop using tracking ID that would require... oh, I see. This is an iPhone story. For a second, I thought this was saying it'll stop doing the same thing iOS apps do, which we could have hoped. But with iOS 14, Apple is requiring app developers to tell users about and have them opt into tracking. He's misusing this phrase. It's a grammar issue, not important, but Google announced today that its first-party iOS apps will stop using certain tracking methods to avoid having to show the upcoming permission prompt. Meanwhile, the company also provided guidance to developers and advertisers ahead of Apple's app tracking transparency initiative. I'm rereading that just for mental clarity. Right. Google has an unspecified handful of iOS apps that need to be disclosed under Apple's app tracking transparency policy, and would require users to click allow tracking or ask app not to track before being able to proceed. Rather than having to show the prompt, Google will stop using a device's unique identifier when the tracking transparency goes into effect early this year, and thus be in line with Apple's guidance. Of course, Google presumably has other tracking methods, while everything in their stack is technically considered first party. The company also reiterated that its services will get app privacy labels as they are updated. Okay. Oh, yeah, sorry. Okay, so meanwhile, as a big player in the advertising industry, Google is affected by ATT on two more fronts. It warns that developers monetizing their applications through ads may see a significant impact on their Google ad revenue on iOS. Users are widely expected to refuse tracking upon seeing the prompt. As such, they can no longer be shown personalized advertising, with generic ones being less profitable. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I feel like this is not gonna be a good experience for Apple. Oops. Hit the wrong button. And I know that that's going to sound maybe a little strange, but when developers aren't making enough money to support their apps, they either start getting more aggressive with showing ads, or they start not supporting their apps. And getting too diligent about it, like I'm fine with them basically saying no more tracking, but at a certain point, I think this is the sort of thing that developers are gonna turn around and say, okay, well, maybe we don't need to try as hard here. Because the best thing for Apple is for developers to still care more about Apple's platform. And by making it too easy to diminish the profits of developers, they're very likely to get developers to start focusing their efforts elsewhere. Right now, it's already very tempting for developers to go over to Android and show preference to Android just because of the size of the market share. But if Apple undermines their profit options, which keeps happening over and over again, that could really, really hurt their potential. It's just a thought. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I could see this possibly coming back to bite Apple. They probably should have done it in a different way. Yeah, I'm really feeling like something about this screams out. I would be concerned. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay. Anyway. What else? I wonder if this still... Yeah, Apple really does love pushing paid apps, I know. The irony being that they keep doing things that make it hard for good paid businesses, or like prepaid apps, to maintain a good business. That it seems like they're really starting, or not starting to, it seems like they're continuing to push with the idea that app developers should rely on subscriptions, and that's also pretty unsustainable. I mean, financially it would be great if it was sustainable, but you need to have enough people willing to pay a subscription on an app, and some apps, people don't want to do that. Believe me, that one of the things I've really wanted to do, I've thought about this for ages. I really want to build a podcast app, because the air quote, the best one out there is Pocket Casts. And honestly, I don't think it's that good. I've never thought Pocket Cast was a very good podcast player, but I think people liked it just because it was the least ugly of the options for a long time. And so I just keep coming back to it. I really would like to build my own podcast app. The thing is, getting people to pay for a podcast app once is doable. Getting people to pay a subscription fee, not as much. People don't like paying subscription fees on stuff. So, and unless you get a huge number of sales, making a podcast app is never going to be worth it on just one-time sales. So, yeah, that's kind of the issue as I see it. Anyway, what else do we have? Yeah, I feel like there's going to be a lot more to this. See, Solana could try a weather app. Yeah, literally the most saturated market there is. Weather apps. Go to the Roku model. What exactly is the Roku model in that sense? I'm not sure I follow. I always interpreted the Roku model as sell hardware and then try to make money also selling services, or like funneling money through the subscription services. Is that right, or is there more to it? And from an app developer perspective, I don't see how that's necessarily gonna work. You get a cut of the ads. Wait, how does that work for app developers though? Or are you saying Apple should take a cut of the ads? Because if Apple's taking a cut of the ads, then yikes, that's already super cringy. And also doesn't work in all scenarios, because I know that this is a little bit of an edge, or well, it's not that much of an edge case, but sometimes, and this was actually an idea that I wanted to go with a long time ago, or I was thinking about going with a long time ago. Instead of using an ad network, just build an app that is very conducive to, we'll call it sponsorships, but in practical terms, you sell your own ads instead of relying on a ad network. And I had an app idea a while back where that would have made a lot of sense, and I don't know how well it would have done, but I think it would have done okay. But man, there's no realistic way that you can take a cut of the ads if some apps are operating on that model. But yeah, I'm still not exactly sure what you're referring to. Who are you getting a cut of the ads from? Or who's taking a cut of the ads? Mine Bitcoin with their TVs. May as well. I wish that were a joke, but to some extent, I think there's a lot of truth in that. A lot of people do, or there have been companies that have looked into doing cryptocurrency mining or doing other kind of hinky things just under consumers' noses, because why not? It would be a thing. Honestly, I'm waiting to find out that someone's like buying up something like M1 Max or something just so they can do cryptocurrency mining. That'd be hilarious. A bunch of Mac minis fall off the back of a truck and they all end up mining. That would be perfect. I want that story to come out. Oh, anyway, so not saying over yet, but I think I'm gonna call 15-minute warning because I swear I hit a wall on ideas for topics. Why am I getting... I've just gotten so many notifications about YouTube videos all of a sudden. Just in the last 10 minutes or so. I swear I've gotten a bunch of live notifications for a live stream. A few new videos have come out, just one thing after another. I'm curious why this is... Oh. I see. The same channel started multiple live streams. So there started one live stream at 6:01, a second live stream at 6:07. I think they just... And that kind of fits. The guy that runs that channel is not exactly tech savvy. Yeah, I think they just screwed up. Austin, you don't understand the stock market or Bitcoin anymore. It's all just completely made up numbers at this point. It always was. Honestly, that's I would say the real secret of it all. The stock market started with a reasonable premise, but it was always just kind of a hoax. The numbers do not actually make sense. They do not track. They rarely, if ever, actually had much to do with the companies. Just for example, and I know that this isn't true anymore, but at one point in history, you could look at Apple's stocks. Whenever Apple announced like a new iPhone, their stocks would go down. And this happens for other companies too, but why is it that a company announces a new product and their stocks go down? It doesn't logically track, but it happens all the time. Or it used to with Apple, and it still does with other companies. And there have been a lot of commentaries since this GameStop issue. that, well, of course, people have talked about it being market manipulation, but in reality, I think it's just at this stage, the stock market is now, it has been so gamified that anyone can kind of get away with murder, and there's no real way to enforce it. So yeah, the whole market is kind of a sham. That being said, it's also still probably the easiest way to make money, sadly. And as far as cryptocurrencies go, that's laughable. I'm sure they're here to stay. It started with Tesla for you. How so? But yeah, cryptocurrencies aren't going anywhere. I'm questioning whether or not Bitcoin will ultimately turn out to be MySpace, so to speak. Like right now it's big. It has been big for a while. And anyone who's watching it is going to say, yeah, you know, this is obviously the thing. And all these other contenders that came along to try to compete with it just failed miserably. Which is exactly what anyone could have said about MySpace for like 3 years-ish, maybe 4. But then one day, this weird, terrible little social network that targeted people in college only, in fact, wouldn't even allow people on from anywhere else, that pops up. And everyone's like, yeah, we don't care. This thing sucks. You can't even design your page. And now here we are. No one has even ventured to MySpace except to see if it still loads. And then they were anyone who does is confused by the fact that they're loading up a site that is now a weird music promotion site, not an actual social network. Anyway, let's see the stock manipulation with Tesla. Yeah. Tesla is one of those companies that, thanks to Elon Musk already doing his own stock manipulation, plus investors, like the actual serious investors who have decided that the company is going to be their own rise and fall machine. Plus you have just weird fanboy and cronyism going on in relation to the company. You know, there's a cult of Elon Musk followers that absolutely do anything they can. We must live in a simulation, right? Yeah. No, I don't see any other explanation. We're in a simulation that we are actually in the world created by the 13th floor, except without the really cool styles. Actually, the 13th floor, did that have decent style? I don't remember. Let's see. What was the style like in this movie? Photos. All right. I take it back. Style sucked in that movie. Barely passable. I mean, couldn't they have gotten him a shirt that fit? Okay, yeah, never mind. That movie needed a costume designer. Somebody to sell them some good clothes or something. Never heard of that movie? It is the perfect example of a movie that was was kind of awful, but also kind of it had like a small amount of real greatness to it. It's subtly buried. The idea was, and they had this one moment in the movie that was, well, two moments in the movie. One of them was not a speech, but you'd have to see it. The other moment is, and I'll just spoil it, because don't go watch this movie. You'd be wasting your time. But during the movie, somebody basically says there's a way to tell that you're in a simulation. Try going to a place you have no reason to go. The simulation will do everything in its power to stop you from getting there. First, it'll tell you that you have no reason to go there. Then, like, if you try to, let's say, fly there or take transportation there, those forms of transportation will become unavailable. Like, flights will get canceled at the last second, and you'll never actually know somebody from these places, or if you do, they're not real people. Anyway, the guy actually drives out to, or tries to drive to one of those places, and he walks up to, and they kind of show it in this movie poster, though it looks different in this poster than it is in the movie. He actually runs into a wireframe that has been completely, like, unrendered. And so he's literally standing at what is effectively the end of the world. The problem with the movie is, sounds like what flat earthers say. Yeah, except this would actually at least be a cool explanation. Flat earthers have come up with total wackadoo cockamamie stuff. But yeah, it was an okay movie concept. The movie itself is boring. It's not well done. It didn't have, that I recall, it didn't have any like real problems with special effects or acting being bad. It just wasn't good enough. Yeah. I reference this movie all the time because it had such a neat idea. It just sadly was so not good. And somehow, I'm sure through some crazy fans or something, it has managed to amass a 7.1 score on IMDb. That tells me clearly, a lot of people were really high when they watched this. Somehow it also has an R rating. What the hell does it have an R rating for? I mean, granted, it's been a long time since I've seen this. It came out in 99. I probably watched it in 99. But what the hell would have earned this thing an R rating? Maybe violence? At the time, violence would be a pretty easy trip to an R rating. I don't remember it having any sex to it. And I don't think... Search the movie name and Common Sense movie. Okay, well, we'll just... Wait, movie or media? Because Google wants to complete... Yeah, okay. Yeah, it recommended... Or the autocomplete suggested media. Okay, so sex nudity, some sexual innuendo, a man and woman dance intimately and nearly kiss. A man and woman are shown in bed together. We see the top of her bare breast and bare back. And in another scene, it's implied that a man and woman have had intercourse. A man leaves money for a woman who's sleeping in a bed. We see a chorus line of scantily clad showgirls dancing, A woman in a cleavage revealing top and a bit of a woman's bare thigh. Isn't it great that this earns an R rating? Though I guess violence and gore, I'm assuming that these are, yeah, okay, that's the one that that's what did it. I see. Modern day PG, hell, that's almost, you can see that on any TV show these days. Like, you barely have to put a warning. But yeah, violence and gore. A man is bludgeoned on the forehead by a clock. We later see the bloody wound, and a man is brutally stabbed to death with a switchblade. No blood or gore is seen, but these stabs are accompanied by muffled cries of agony and gruesome sound effects. Okay, I can kind of see how this gets you a real soft R, maybe. Like if they're trying to play it casually. A man is shot in the chest and head. We see both the entry and exit wounds and some blood. The thing is, though, you can see all of this, like every bit of this stuff I've seen in an episode of Bones or Castle. Another man is shot in the chest. We see a close-up of his bloody hand and see him fall over dead. A man is shot on the shoulder and leg. A man is beaten in a fist fight and is nearly drowned in a pool. That one might be, depending on how it's done, that one might actually be a bit of a more serious situation. Man punches another repeatedly and then throws him headfirst through a car window. Man hits another with a pole and knees him in the groin, and a few others are punched and kicked in various scenes. A man chases and shoots at a woman. She's not injured. And a man hits a woman's face. She gets a small bloody cut on her forehead, holds her down in a bed and tries to strangle her. That could actually be an R rating right there. Depending on how it's done, that one can actually be a big deal. Hey, David Lama, how's it going, man? A man is shown bloody, bound, and gagged in the trunk of a car. The man wakes up to find drops of blood on his sink and blood stains on his shirt. And we see a few people with bloody noses and bloody facial cuts, some threatening with guns. We see an unconscious man lying on the floor, a corpse partially covered with a blood-stained sheet, and photos of a bloody corpse. Yeah. Oh, and then, of course, the classic language. About 12 F words. There's your R rating. Isn't it great that I can read through this whole section about violence and gore, and I'm like, yeah, okay, there are like 2 or 3 spots here that I can see how it could get to an R, but again, I've seen all this stuff in PG-13 TV shows that air on prime time. Meanwhile, I get down to language, about 12 F words. Yep, R rating. Welcome to America, folks. Killing, murder, maiming, bloodiness, all good. But if you drop an F-bomb, holy crap, your world is over. I know that's not true anymore, but still. Thank you, South Park, for demonstrating so eloquently that that no longer is true. Everyone's all about the GameStop issue. You sold off the AMC stock. Smart choice. Okay. Go to the second Google link. Okay. 13th movie review. Is this the one you're talking about? Is there something I should be looking at in here? Age 16 plus. Searing docu decries racial bias. Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. That is weird. I search for Common Sense Media, but it comes up with Kids in Mind. Though that was a pretty good job of covering the reasons why on that site. I didn't spell it wrong, right? Nope. Okay, by movies. I don't think Common Sense Media has the 13th floor mentioned. Because I certainly don't see it in this list. And I could obviously go through more pages, but if it's not coming up in this first search, that's not a good sign. Movie's probably too old for them to have included on this in their database. Let's see. Stars below have more info. Yeah. You had stocks and costs, and Robinhood notified you that it went from $4 to $75 out of the blue this afternoon, and you sold immediately. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, if I had a stock that suddenly skyrocketed like that, I'd be doing the same. Ooh, down to 58 though. Still, that's pretty mind-blowing. Wait, it went from 4? Really? Oh, wow. It did. Holy cow, that's... What did they do? We don't need to go to Business Insider for this. We're going here. Milwaukee-based headphone maker is caught in the middle of a Wall Street war between pessimistic hedge funds and aggressive... So, wait, is this just like the GameStop thing? Is this people... Is this people, like, screwing with the stock value just because? Their stocks closed trading on Friday at $3.54 a share, valuing the company at approximately $20 million. It's a value in line with where the company has been for the past 5 years. As of midday Tuesday, it's at $41.67 and gone as high as 43. Okay, this is old news. Okay, this is from this morning. Sorry, not old news, but it's from this morning, which is still old news for stocks. Yeah, here's the important part. Did the company announce a new headphone technology that is poised to take the market by storm? Not at all. It's just the latest company caught in the financial crossfire. The number of shares traded Monday was nearly 4 times the number of actual shares Cost has issued, and undoubtedly, many owners didn't sell. Based on publicly available data, it appears a subsection of the shares were traded dozens, if not hundreds of times in a single day. A similar trading volume is taking place on Wednesday. The first company impacted by the battle of hedge fund bears and retail trading bulls was brick-and-mortar video game retailer GameStop, which saw its stock rise more than 600% since mid-January. Movie theater chain AMC has also seen its value rise. Yeah, not going to deny. I wish. This is one time, and I've said it before. Every once in a while, like, the smartest thing you can do is just throw a very small amount of money into some cheap stocks by a company that just, you never know, they might come out of the blue and suddenly make you rich, or at least turn around enough money to make all of the other stock purchases worth it. This is a good example of it. Let's see. Yeah, they're buying stocks with large shorts to force investors to buy out. Yeah. And yeah, I'm against market manipulation too, but for what it's worth, and I'm gonna say this is a highly cynical person, but the stock market is already market manipulation. Here's cold hard reality of it is. And I'm not talking about it in the same way Corbin was talking about it earlier, because I did see that reply. I just didn't dive into it. As I see it, if a company is already making decisions to release products at a specific time of year because of the stock market, or they're angling to if they're making decisions to try to raise their stock value in any way, shape, and form, obviously that can just be to appease investors. It can have, well-intentioned reasons, but it is still manipulation. If the mere fact that a company went public and then ends up basically dying because their stock value plummets, even though they may have done nothing wrong at all, this is market manipulation, plain and simple. It may not be, it may not be a bunch of people specifically going out to try to wreck the market. It is, however, by its nature, the fact that a trend, a moment of popularity, or some news that is misunderstood can completely wreck a company's future, and all because of the stock market, not because of anything else. That's already market manipulation. It's already a problem. Same as what? Okay, this is a little different, but it's the same thing, really. The fact that Elon Musk pointed to, I think it was Signal, right? Pretty sure it was Signal. And he sent a tweet, and all of a sudden Signal's user base skyrocketed. And I mean, it was going to happen anyway because of Parler's shutting down. But all of a sudden, Signal just had a massive number of users just crowding in as fast as it could. That's market manipulation. Now, sure, that one's technically an innocent form of market manipulation, or innocent enough, but it is market manipulation. This is still a form of saying, hey, let's make this one company rich, powerful, or richer, more powerful than it was before by virtue of manipulating its perceived value. And that just happened. I mean, that's what's happening with GameStop right now. That's what's happening with Coase. I've never known how to say that name. And honestly, I forgot that company still existed. I remember having some earbuds from there like 20 years ago or something. But yeah, not a company I've thought of in a very, very long time. Wait. So SIGL. Okay, I think I had heard about that, but that wasn't the part of the story that I was necessarily concerned with. I was thinking more about the fact that Signal's user base skyrocketed. But yeah, I'm sure that some stocks sold too, which is hilarious. But yeah, the user base, quadrupled or something? Almost immediately. It was really fast, really significant. That was a story that I was hearing about way more. And again, that had a lot to do with Parler, but it also had a lot to do with Elon Musk's post that literally said something like use Signal. Or I think that's what it said. It was really short and direct. Elon Musk Signal. We'll just quickly... Yeah, here it is. So, yeah. One very straightforward tweet. Use Signal. Which, man, he had an effect, that's for sure. What are these? Okay. I saw that there were tweets or notifications. I wanted to see what they were. Awesome. So, oh, great. And scam is trending on Twitter. Is this about anything good? Or is this going to be something that's going to make me want to beat somebody with a lead pipe? Someone's calling for the Biden administration to immediately stop the endless daily scam phone calls we get for extended auto warranties. I mean, that'd be fantastic, but it ain't gonna happen. Okay, it looks like this is just anyone and everyone is throwing around the word scam over one reason or another. Okay, I know that this is not one to be pulling out, but I am going to quickly call this out. Quote, paying full tuition fees for Zoom lectures has got to be one of the biggest scams in the last decade. So, I know this is hardly really a topic, but I am going to make it one just for a brief moment. This pisses me off. What he's saying is a load of horse crap. What he's really saying is, because I'm not sitting in a room where there's a limited number of seats, then I'm not getting my money's worth. Which, okay, you could make that argument, but what you're really saying is that you want to, you're price gating information. You want to price gate information. If you're saying that because other people, yeah, how do you pay the teacher if you're not paying something? Now, I'm sure one part of the argument could be that maybe the tuition fees should be reduced, and maybe there's something to that argument. But if what you're complaining about is this, yeah, something smells about this argument. Because fundamentally, there's nothing functionally different about watching a lecture through Zoom than watching a lecture in a classroom. Now, granted, you could theoretically add that you could ask a teacher something. I'll tell you right now, when I was in college, even in fairly small college rooms, you didn't interrupt the teacher during lectures very often. Some of them were cool with it, most of them weren't. And you can still do this with Zoom. It's not like that's changed. You could, in theory, have assignments that you're handing in person. But that experience, I don't feel, has really changed either. So I'm not sure how it is that you argue doing a lecture through Zoom is worse than doing one in a classroom. And if you're a student, you've got to pay your tuition. So where's the I fail to see how this argument holds water unless what you're ultimately saying is that you're not happy other people would have access to this. Austin, you have to run a virtual lab, yet students have to pay the full lab fees. That's a scam. That one I'll agree with. That one totally agree with, because a virtual lab, and at least I'm assuming based on the context, I'm assuming a virtual lab would involve consumable resources and having things that have to be tested or used, equipment that presumably might need to be either rented or paid for in some fashion. And people would need to be able to use that equipment personally and directly in order to get the full value out of it. Now that I can agree with. It is a scam to charge people full lab fees for that experience. But it is not I do not agree on the idea that a lecture is a scam just because it's held over Zoom as opposed to a physical classroom. I mean, I'll tell you this right now, and I could be wrong, but I feel like I'm not. I bet a lot of students would be willing to pay extra money in a normal year. In a normal year, I bet a lot of students would have been happy to pay extra money to have a camera pointed at their instructor. They could record the entire session with a decent screen capture, and they could sit in their dorm room or apartment or house or whatever wearing their pajamas. I bet a lot of money there are a lot of students in a normal year who would have happily paid extra money to do that. So just saying, I think this guy's full of crap. Austin, they literally watch a pre-recorded video of you doing the lab and they write down the data for the lab reports. Oh crap. That's bullshit. Yeah, no, that's definitely not okay. I mean, at a bare minimum, I can get behind the idea that maybe you do live stuff with the students, but the fact that it's a pre-recorded video, look, there are ways that's a good thing. Like it would make a lot of sense to have pre-recorded video for some things. But oh my god, that is so dumb. Oh jeez. Okay. You know, I'm just thinking right now at how many times if when I was in college, or hell, even high school, you know how happy I would have been if I could have been like, wait, you mean I could pay, $50 and just record this whole class and not show up? I could just watch this from my dorm room? Done. Like, I'm sold on this. I mean, I probably still would have gone to class and instead of paying the $50, but it would have been great having that option. It's an organic chem lab. They literally have to watch water boil for 75% of the video. Okay, see, part of the reason I was thinking pre-recorded video would be good is at the very least you could speed it up. I mean, wonder if oh geez, where would that be? Just for example's sake, we're gonna transition back here for a second while I look this up. Battery freezer? No, not that one. A while back, I made a video for Ryan Hager. He recorded... No, it's not that. There was some story about... Oh, okay, it was one of the Pixels. And maybe it was the Pixel 3, could have been the Pixel 2. If it got too cold, the battery charging speed suddenly dropped, or not suddenly, but it dropped below what was considered acceptable. Pixel freezer? How about that? Okay, wait. I think I found it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this has got to be it. Okay, yeah. All right, we're going to transition all. So he recorded the actual thing, and he had a problem where he doesn't know much about video editing. So I took this video, and I just made a little tweak to it. If you watch close... Oh, let's get the mouse out of the way so it does its thing. If you watch close, I add a video effect of it fast forwarding. Like, not a big deal. It's a quick, simple effect. It gets the point across. If you're making people watch a video of water boil, I would at least, like, that's a thing that should happen. Just a simple, clean effect to demonstrate, oh yeah, you don't need to watch the water boil. I promise you, water will boil. This has not changed. You're told no cuts by the department chair. That is shocking incompetence. What criminal would make people sit through that? You were doing it last semester and they overruled it. Jeez. Oh, why? Okay, let me ask this. Can the students fast forward it? Like, if they are... these pre-recorded videos, do they have to watch these live? Or can they literally just, like, download the video and open it in, let's say, VLC and tap a right arrow a couple of times to skip forward, or maybe change playback speed in YouTube, something like that? Can they do anything? Because if they have to sit there and actually watch the whole time, dude, it's live streamed to them. Give me a phone number to your department chair. I will not throw you under the bus. I will tell him off for you. That is the stupidest crap. He can listen to my voice. I will make it all ASMR-like for him. He can listen to my voice as I tell him he is the dumbest. He or she. I apologize. I don't know the gender of this department chair. I will tell this idiot or that idiot, or those idiots, possibly, maybe it's more than one, that they need to royally screw themselves with a textbook. We're talking full invasive maneuvers. We're talking sit and spin on the largest science book they can find. Because there is no conceivable reason anyone should have to sit through water boiling, literally. And yeah, for real, if I was in that class, I would 100% just try to capture the live stream and just play it back. I would not sit there and watch that. That or there is one other possibility. I will fully grant there is another way to go with this. And it would be to watch the videos while playing a game. I would probably do that. Because I'm not going to sit there and watch water literally boil. That is stupid. Why? This makes me about as angry as when you'd take a math class and they would give you... we've all had this math class. They would give you like 100 work problems, and they're all exactly the same type of problems, but with just different numbers. And it's literally do the exact same thing 100 times. You're not doing anything that you didn't do on like your 10th time through. You're just doing it 90 times more than that. That is just, it's like busy work, but it's actually worse because it's not even busy. You're asking people to literally fall asleep during your videos if you make them sit and watch water boil. Random question, could you at least use water that's already hot? I mean, at this point, if you have a stupid department chair, feel free to show them this video. By all means, link them to this YouTube video, because I want them to hear how much an educated, sane human being is telling them they're fucking idiots. But could you at least use hot water up front? Like, at least cut the time down between water heating and reaching the boiling point. Like, no one has paid for this much punishment since people who go to like a dominatrix who's really into the whipping. The idea is to get the full lab experience and what actually goes on in the lab. I mean, do people not use hot water in labs? It could be kind of like those cooking shows. You know, you start with like those cooking shows where we're going to prepare stuff. So we cut up all the ingredients and we throw them into a pot. And then we pull this pot out, pull this other one in. Yeah, see, it's ready to go. Now here's the next step. Like, I mean, at the very least, boiling water. I'm sure this isn't literally the only thing that's going on that's taking a lot of time and probably could be corrected, but boiling water. Your department chairs, whatever, are not good humans. Anyway. Jeez. I can't even. I've lost the ability to even. With that, it's almost 7. I have more than successfully circumvented the 15-minute mark. Let's see. The videos are from last semester and are the full 5-hour labs. So it's step-by-step recording everything. Okay, let me ask this. Could you release 2 versions? Like one that is everything, and then a second one that is like the pared down, not Cliff's Notes, but like edited. Not gonna lie, this is the sort of thing that makes me want to. This is why I mock some teachers. This is why I say some teachers are bad, because anyone who would make this a requirement, like, I understand if you'll have to run that by the department. I'm sure, of course, but it just makes no sense. Like, at a bare minimum, I would think, I don't know, there's got to be a better way to use time than literally watching water boil. Like maybe hold a lecture during the water boiling stage. I don't know, something. Just, it's painful to think that people's time is actually being wasted this way. Life is not long enough to justify sitting through. Well, life at that age is not long enough to justify sitting through water boiling. Anyway, for real, I think I am gonna wrap up. Because, God, I don't know where to go after that. It is just too insane. You're not even allowed to give them raw data. They have to get it from the video themselves. Okay, that part I get. I'm actually good with that. Because raw data would imply, like, it's too easy to straight copy that and not understand where they need to look to get the raw data, or what they're looking at, or why. I'm sure that's not that hard of a thing, but I 100%, like, when I went to college, I actually knew one guy. Granted, he was not there for programming, but he never learned how to use a debugger. He had classes that required him to learn how to program, but he had never actually used a debugger, or rather, he didn't know how it worked. So, you know, I can see the argument for, if you just have stuff kind of handed to you, you might not learn how you're supposed to make things work. That would be a credible complaint. But making someone sit through watching water literally reach the boiling point, that's a problem. Man, cooking shows on Food Network aren't that abusive. Anyway, this time I'm actually serious. I'm gonna take off. So thanks everyone for showing up. Thanks for keeping me company, hanging out, being part of the conversation. We've hit all kinds of topics. Dear God, we've hit a lot of topics today. Which, who knew? We managed to have car talk from a guy who doesn't talk about cars. We managed to have talk about stocks with a guy who never talks about stocks. Somehow we're batting 1,000. Anyway, take it easy, all. I hope everyone stays safe, stays clear of all the stupid in the world. May all of your future adventures turn out well. And as usual, I will see all of you this weekend or some of you this weekend for some gaming. Back to some Borderlands, and possibly, actually, very good chances, I know I keep saying this, but very good chances I'll take a night somewhere to do some photo and or video editing. But with that, great seeing all of you. Good night, everybody.